And so the DCU Studios has begun. That is, some people are saying like, this one actually doesn't count because Gunn said Superman is supposed to be the start of the DCU. So this is supposed to be like filler or, yeah, okay, buddy.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Well, before we get started, shout out to Unity Review and Analysis for holding it down for the last 2 weeks. I've kind of been in and out, both physically, emotionally. I don't really want to talk about it, but I'm here today. And I'm back here again with my good friend Operation Bagel. What's up, man?
What's up, YouTube?
Yeah, and for episode 55, we could have talked about Craven.
Yeah, I guess.
I didn't want to talk about Craven.
So I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, me neither. And so yeah, we're talking about Creature Commandos episodes 1, 2, and 3. And this is gonna be I'm not gonna be super passive aggressive, or at least I'll try not to be. This brand new start of the DCU, but like a lot of things, there's been a lot of excuses for this show. But before we continue on with that, let's kind of preface like why are we here? Well, you see a man and a woman love each other so very much that they right.
Philosophical talks here.
Yeah. So, obviously after the downfall of the DCEU,
The
in
failure.
charge of
Well, that implies it had an
Zack's,
up in the first place.
yeah, right, and the downfall of the DCEU from Zack Snyder. It all went dead in the water, and then coincidingly, there was like this whole disarray from Disney and James Gunn. So they eventually got rid of James Gunn, and he's only said he would come back for Guardians 3, and then that's it. So DC used that opportunity to, one, first get him for the Suicide Squad, because they tried so hard to emulate Suicide Squad 2016 to be like a James Gunn movie that, why don't we do it again, but get James Gunn this time? So that happened. And a lot of positivity. And he's now the CEO of DC Studios, in charge of overseeing all DC entertainment related content except for comics, basically. That's a lot. That's a lot of power for one person. Two people with Peter Safran as well. And with a new universe, there's like this whole. So what's going to happen? Quote unquote new, because he also did a Peacemaker show as well, a spinoff from the Suicide Squad movie, and now he has this new universe. But the way he decided to go about it is he just can't let go of his old characters that he had. So rather than just getting rid of everybody, he's holding on to like those particular castings. And then also to a point where you know what? It's going to be semi-canon in the sense that like if whatever we reference in this DCU is canon, but like anything else that we don't talk about is not canon. So that's the way he's going about it. Yeah.
What he said that like all of Peacemaker season 1 is canon except for the Justice League cameo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I guess it's like Spider-Man just has blanks in his memories, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah, so Creature Commandos, was actually an idea, like kind of like a spin-off of the Suicide Squad as well, for the DCEU specifically, but that didn't happen. So Gunn has the great idea of, what, let's just take this over to
do it anyway.
Do it anyway for our DCU. And here we are. So I guess before we start talking about the show, how do you feel about that?
About
Is canon matter or not?
Well, like his comments about it when he was saying
He did have a comment about it. Yeah.
I mean, it's so weird to like say something like that, like after like being propped up as like this, like oh yeah,
yeah,
to oversee everything and like to go like we like James Gunn stuff, like in his like a like think it'd be good, like oh he knows stuff like attention to detail and all that, but then and like why like his comments about why does the canon matter? I don't know, man. It's just kind of put it's a bit of a sour taste.
Yeah. He already said he can join later. Just not right now.
Neat.
That's all right. Yeah. So it's like that. I've always, we've had we talked about some DC hot takes a few weeks ago during our Superman and Lois breakdown of the first 2 episodes. And I said it before, and I'll still say it again. I do think that Gunn gets a lot of credit for things that he doesn't deserve, in the sense that he's regarded as the comic guy, and I really don't know
A lot of it
why.
hasn't been comic accurate. He basically reinvented the entire team, the Guardians, except for like Gamora, maybe.
Yeah, and I mean, I've even thought about
Which
Gamora.
isn't even a bad thing. It's just
I've thought about Gamora the other day. It's because especially when talking about Cersei and other female characters, because this has been a conversation too. Gamora's said a lot that she's the fiercest woman in the galaxy. Do we ever really see that on screen? Do we really see that? Because I've been thinking about it.
I would say she is not really afraid to
Yeah, I think the problem is with limitations of some with physical acting and stuff like that is she really doesn't feel any more different than Black Widow, but she's green, that kind of thing. But it's hard to convey that from. Maybe it's just hard to convey it in live action, but I just never really felt like anything like that crazy. I know Mantis is severely underpowered, for sure. All she is really is an empath. I mean, they just made her a fighter all of a sudden, and then they added some extra stuff. But we don't want to get too much into Guardians 3. I do want to save the Guardians 3 discourse in particular for later, because that's going to be super relevant for what Gunn says about episode 3. So keep that in mind. But yeah, I guess my reason for bringing up canon in particular is because people see that clip of Gunn laughing, people act like canon matters, and I mean, you're a writer, don't you think canon matters? But then it's but in comics, canon doesn't matter, so that should be true for why would you want that? Why would you want a confusing kind of path of trying to understand the sequence of events, or understanding what should characters know, what should they not know? Because I mean, you already brought up a good example. For example, in the opening of The Collywobbles, episode 1, it talks about Cersei, Metropolis supervillain Cersei, by the way. We'll talk about that in a second. But basically, they talk about the Amazons and they talk about the Themyscira and stuff like that. But in this version of the DCU, the humans don't know anything about Themyscira or the Amazons. It's very possible they don't even know what Wonder Woman is, by the logic of this the show. But the thing is, like, so it's like it's fair to assume that okay, so I have to take none of my knowledge that I know about Themyscira and Amazons from comics or from the DCEU and apply that whole thing as like this like shrouded mystery kind of a thing. Now I can do that, but I also don't think Gunn is like. I think there's a lot of stupid things Gunn does, but like I'm 100% sure that he is going in there fully expecting that the audience can at least delineate. This is what the Amazons are. This is what Themyscira is. The people might not know, but we as the audience know who they are, right? But like I also understand Unity's argument, like because like I can't treat them like they're the same until the new canon tells me that they're the same. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's something I haven't thought about.
Yeah. Because I know for me, sometimes like Unity and I go back and forth from time to time. Sometimes it is hard for me to like kind of think about because I think about it in comics too, and he thinks about it like logically, like how would you do that? Because he's not really. I mean, he understands comics and stuff like that, but he's like, but obviously, like it's gonna feel different. Like you have to. It's one of those things like you feel like you don't need to explain it, but then you realize like some people just don't know what you're talking about. You have to explain what does that mean. And that's the problem when you don't explain anything. Nobody understands. So yeah. But look what they decide to use. There's a battalion there. Cersei has an army. They call themselves the Sons of Themyscira. Operation. What are the Sons of Themyscira usually?
Oh well, you see, the new 52 had this great retcon. Everyone loves it. They changed Themyscira to basically have the Amazons go out to ships, sexually assault these sailors, and then kill them and have their way with them. And when babies were born in Themyscira, if they were male, they just it's basically like Sparta just cast them away. So then these babies grow up to be the sons of Themyscira.
Yeah, and they'll be like taken under the control of Hephaestus and work of the god of like craftsmen, and all the daughters will go. Yeah, so basically nobody likes that.
No.
They haven't done that for over a decade for that reason because nobody likes it. And but you see, it's actually genius though because the sons of Themyscira aren't actually like they're not actually like victims of rape or anything like that. We should grape, right? Because YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not victims of that. They're actually just a bunch of internet incels. Just regular guys with guns. Jeez, like, I mean,
They
like,
have red hats with the initials on them. It's very subtle.
yeah, and they change it to blue because that
Oh
caused
yeah, they did.
backlash. Yeah. Uh, right. So yeah, so she has an army of incels. Cersei, so so Cersei, the sorceress whose existence since the Odyssey fought Odysseus and all that stuff, and okay, she has an army of incels. But then no, like the next thing they say in the dialogue is that she's the Amazonian sorcerer. So she's a rogue Amazonian sorceress. Okay, so wait a second. So you're telling me that Cersei is Amazonian too? Or they just made her Amazonian in this universe? Why? Okay. It's just convenient to be convenient, or just I remember what Amazons are.
It's just yeah, that's basically what they did.
Yeah,
It's like oh Amazon, oh Wonder Woman like
yeah, and like not just Amazons, but like she's a sorceress too. So it's like Amazons are warriors, though. Like she knows sorcery. Is that something you can learn as an Amazon? Sorcery? Then like, if you could do that, can Wonder Woman be a sorceress? This is why I hate like when you start changing people's like cultures or ethnicities or like backgrounds to something that they're not. then I have to question everybody else who is the same thing like that. So it's like, okay, so Wonder Woman does not have magic like that. Amazons don't have magic like that. So when you give one person Cersei, Amazon, and she's a sorceress, you're already like causing a lot of like weird delineations. But you know what?
Raises a lot of questions.
There's a lot of questions. So what is her motivation? Well, it seems to be that Cersei wants to be the heir to the throne. Cool.
Sure.
Okay. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna come back to that towards the end. But yeah, so and then this is all this is coming in like a news report. Like, we're just at so apparently Cersei is like the first shot we have of her is like her holding up like a prison plaque of Metropolis Police Department, saying like and then giving exposition of who she is and what she is doing, kind of a thing. So first off, she got arrested.
So much, yeah, detained by police.
She got detained by police in Metropolis. Yeah, my favorite Superman villain. That she lost off screen. I just want you to keep that in mind because that's going to be important a lot. And yeah, so
the cops were just able to distract her. What can I say?
Oh my god. Yeah, so this is the big thing that like perhaps mythical, perhaps real, all female island nation of Themyscira. You have like a actress reenactment of like what they think Amazons look like, which is a bunch of scantily clad bikini women. So I've seen that conversation too. Yeah, it's fair. It's just like, what do they think? My thing is more like, how do you assume Themyscira is real or not, and then know enough to like make a prediction of what do you think they look like, or what do you think they? That's kind of what I want to know. Is like, how does that rumor like that spread around without? Because I have to assume that Wonder Woman doesn't exist, or Wonder Woman hasn't exposed herself to the public yet. So like, how am I supposed to know like what do people know? How much can people know, or things like that? That it's a lot of questions for the first minute. So, inside sources, they claim that Cersei has promised the sons of Themyscira that they need to have the fictional country Pokolistan. They need it to have its downfall, and then once that is achieved, it will lead them to conquer Themyscira. Now, first off, why? So I don't understand like where does the son of Themyscira even come from? So it's like, and then you have some of them talking like, I mean, seriously, Themyscira is like the sickest place ever, and then you tell me like, oh, dude, only women can live there. What? They're so sexist, bro. Like,
it's meta, man.
yeah, it's like, and it's like, okay, so do they actually know what Themyscira is like, or no? They don't. They're just going off of internet theories of what they think Themyscira is like. Word have it is that they have the most incredible waterfalls. I have this question for all those woke feminists out there. Why do only girls get such cool waterfalls? All over the world, our right as men are being denigrated. That's basically how it ends.
It's so funny. I laughed a million times.
Yeah. So I guess this isn't really a spoiler. Gunn's style of humor, he's lost his touch so bad. It's like I have not laughed a single time in this entire show. If I ever laugh, it's because of how stupid something is. And I'll explain why later, but there's some other examples that I'll get to kind of highlight that. But yeah, Sons of Themyscira, fucking jokes. Not that And my whole thing is like, oh, but incels are better than rape victims. Why don't we just don't like both of them?
It's not that. Well, yeah, just don't do this at all.
Yeah, it's like, first off, you make Cersei look stupid for having an army of regular people, like regular people with guns and like under her control. It's like, but you see, it's genius because like it just shows that she has the power to control over such weak-minded individuals. Yeah, that's very, very, very subtle, man.
Mhm.
And it's like, oh, you have a problem with it, then you must be one. That's not like that's my thing. It's like people say that about She-Hulk too, when they did the Insilencia kind of thing. We literally had Incel Hulk as the villain of a She-Hulk show. And like I'm supposed to take it seriously. Because what? It's a commentary.
Unless you're not supposed to,
Yeah.
because then they change the ending.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think much She-Hulk anymore. The show.
Yeah. Mhm. So that's pretty much how it opens up. Just like exposition of this new universe. Nobody knows what Themyscira is. It's a lot of it coming off of theories. You have the sons of Themyscira, a bunch of incel
Looks
men
like
who are
it's like
mad about like
Cersei
what
told them about it. I guess it's like
maybe.
it's not really shown how she recruits them. Did she like?
Yeah. It's like what is she's like she's
I don't know.
they made her Amazonian, so it's like
Mm-hmm.
so she can just like, this is what Themyscira's like. Whoa, you're telling me that there's like a waterfall where in an island full of a bunch of women and none of the men get to be there? That's fucking sucks, man. Like, okay. That's why you want to make a you want to call yourself the sons of Themyscira for that reason? Sometimes it's not necessary to do something stupid like that. Um but yeah, that's pretty much the opening minute. And then the news gets cut off because Amanda Waller and Rick Flag Jr.'s father, who is apparently 18 years older than Rick Flag Jr., Rick Flag Sr.,
Hmm.
are watching the news. And what a bunch of clowns. Dangerous clowns. Yeah, I mean, they are clowns. I agree. Right. So this is set, I think, 2 years after the Suicide Squad, that movie.
Yeah, 2 years
Yeah.
ago.
So basically, Waller is talking about how Pakistan is a friend of the U.S., but countries don't. But like Flag Senior's like countries don't have friends. And then Waller's like after your decades in the military, General Flag, I think you'd understand that true friendship is built on the petroleum despots. So this is how we get the Creature Commandos, because we need to protect this country so that we can get their oil. If we don't get their oil, then we're shit out of luck, man. Nice, very nice.
Very nice, impressive, very nice.
This American team needs to, yeah. You don't need the military. You need this, yeah. Okay. Very nice. I mean, at least Suicide Squad 1 had the god awful, but at least it's plausible. Like, what if like another Superman type of person
Ugh.
goes to the White House and yanks out the president?
And
What are we
I
gonna
hate
do?
that too.
It's dumb, but like at least there's some explanation. Okay. Yeah. So but fuck Pakistan, of course, because like it's backward ass. They don't take advantage of their natural resources, but we Americans, we know how to take care of that. Yeah. Okay. So that's why Princess Alana Rostovich, a original character for the show, is the heir of Pakistan, and she is negotiating with the U.S. for that oil. And if she's overthrown by this witch, then we're not going to do that. So we need to help Russ Rostovich. So that's kind of like your segue into like how do we get this team helping this country. Oh, and by the way, all these episodes are 20 minutes each. So there was a lot
Very
happening.
long.
A lot happening in little time. Things that feel like should be longer conversations, things that shouldn't be happening the way as quickly as it does, but you kind of have to accept it because we only got 20 minutes to work with. I mean, yeah, again, I find like a lot of this kind of off because like I got to protect, I got to get the oil, the resources from there, and like the princess. I still want to give those negotiations for that oil, but if she dies, then we're not gonna help anymore. It's just kind of a weak thing. I mean, at least like the Suicide Squad had Starro already like land or something like that, Project Star or something like that. Something went off.
Project Starfish.
Project Starfish, right? So there was already like a pre-established threat. Um, yeah, I just thought it was a little basic. But Rick Flag, he's essentially our connection to the DCEU. That's pretty much all his character is at this point. I thought Congress put a stop to all Task Force X activities since your daughter outed you. Abraj, you watched Peacemaker, right?
Yeah.
Could you explain what
I
happened?
yeah. At the end, Amanda Waller's daughter testified that like basically exposed like the Suicide Squad that she was like using criminals.
Yeah, yeah, and
And I
right,
guess this is all that happened. That they said don't do that.
yeah, just don't do it. You're not going to jail. Just don't do
No.
that.
Yeah. Hmm.
Slap on the wrist.
Hmm.
Yeah, so technically, Congress said Argus can't use incarcerated human beings. But what about
Doesn't
beings
say
that
anything about.
humans?
Oh.
Oh, and then apparently there's this secret department in Belrev, the non-human internment division, and they've had this for over 50 years.
Why
Only
wasn't
the
King Shark
uppermost.
there?
Hmm?
Why wasn't King Shark there? Why was he with like regular people?
Yes, that is a very good question. Why was Weasel not there originally?
Yeah, sure.
It's crazy when you just not paying attention to your own work, man. Kind of crazy. Yeah. So only those at the uppermost level of security clearance are aware of its existence, and by using these prisoners, we can, bypass these kinds of restrictions because
Hmm.
they're monsters. So yes, we are doing Suicide Squad again, but monsters.
Suicide Squad 3. Hooray. Another ragtag group of morally gray misfits who will learn to bond.
And save the day against a bigger threat.
Yeah.
A threat that is way too powerful for them, but they will get heavily nerfed so that these ragtag team of heroes can win. But we'll kill like one or two of them, three of them maybe, and like, oh, see, there are stakes. We'll get to that. So you got obviously with Rick Flag and like post like Tony Stark, like everybody's got to go like, who's the corpse? Don't know. We just call her the bride. And who's Jason and the Argonauts? Dr. Phosphorus. He is a sociopath who has irradiated skin, burned through people and objects. How does the radiation affect people around him? Just don't sleep in the same room with him. The effects would be minimal. Consider it as a free vasectomy. What the hell is that thing? The Weasel. It's one of the few soldiers that is still alive from Project Starfish and Court of Maltese. So we know that it has what it takes to survive. I mean, all it did is fall in the
I'll
water.
just fall and flat in the water, then
Yeah.
live.
He's not super powerful, but we'll see how powerful he is.
Sorry, I just remembered ahead.
Yeah. And then this comment causes like Rick to like look down because he didn't realize, oh, Project Starfish, he's the one who knows what it takes to survive, but not my son.
Yes, poor son.
Yeah. I didn't mean to like instigate about your son or anything. He was a hero when he died.
Which I wonder, does he know if he probably doesn't know the full truth? Or I don't think he'd be working with Old Waller.
Yeah, and it's kind of odd because we do know that Rick Flag Sr. is going to be in Peacemaker season 2.
And Superman.
So, and so,
Yeah.
Superman had a teaser today. Not like a teaser, just like a music and poster kind of a thing. We'll talk about Superman later, though. Yeah, so doesn't really know. We don't really know the extent, but like the reason why I brought it up is because like in Peacemaker, it's very possible that he's probably there to wanting to kill Peacemaker, but won't kill him because Peacemaker's the hero of the show, so we can't kill him off. That's my guess at the very least.
Yeah, it seems the fallout.
Yeah.
I learned in some way that Peacemaker was going to kill him.
Yeah, and then the next one is like so it looks like that one looks like a discontinued dishwasher, which he's talking about GI robots. Like, that's a very lame, that's a very lame joke. At least say Iron Giant or something.
Yeah, who's the Iron Giant? Yeah, that's
who's the Iron Giant. Yeah,
Makes
that dishwasher killed over 300 Nazis, and it's like there is I think in the flashback alone, it says that he killed over 1,500 Nazis. So he's killed a lot more Nazis than 300. So,
well, she's not wrong. Over 300.
It's over 300. It's just like you're off by like 5 times. Yeah. I just found that funny. It's almost like he doesn't proofread his work. So basically, back in World War II, he killed a bunch of Nazis, and I would have like dismantled him, but like I thought he'd come in use someday. I'm starting to think about this now. It's like it's so convenient that she isn't explaining the backstory of GI Robot in particular, because we need to save that for episode 3 where we show the flashback and all that stuff. But like, when you think about in conversation, I'm sure you can explain how he was arrested for killing a bunch of neo-Nazis. And that was his prison sentence as to why he was there. It just makes you think. Just like leaving something out for the sake of like convenience, that kind of thing. That was just something I was thinking about as I'm reading the transcript right now. So yeah, GI Robot, and the last one, the useless one, Nina Mazursky. She's a fish in a suit, keeps her wet. But she's the smartest and the most reasonable of the bunch, and at best she might be able to keep them in line for you. Okay, that's your team, and they go back down to the ground to go and meet them. But the first thing they try to do is try to attack Waller and Flag Senior, but she has the phone, uses a detonate, though detonate just means electrocute.
Electric shock. Let's fix that with a controlled shock.
Yeah, and this is your new task force flag. Let's call it Task Force M. M for monsters, also known as title drop Creature Commandos.
Right? It's a kind of cool thing.
It's a cool opening, cool animation.
Mhm.
James Gunn is put in. He said he didn't know they put him in there. He said like the animators, they just put him in just to be funny, and it worked out really well. I think it's fine. I just find it funny
Yeah.
now. So yeah. So Creature Commandos. I'll be Mr. 5 fans in the universe.
Hmm.
So Creature Commandos was originally a team that was during the World War II time where, this is where like America was pretty much letting anybody fight for them so that they can win the war and all that stuff. So there was this idea from Dr. Mazursky. They reference Nina Mazursky as, you know, as that, but like, yeah, Dr. Mazursky is like essentially kind of like the overseer of the, monster project where people are afraid of monsters, but you know what? Who else would be afraid of monsters? Nazis. So that's why they kind of like had like a few monsters in their midst, and these monsters are like pretty cool. Like you had the original team had like a werewolf, a vampire, Frankenstein's monster, and I think like a Ghidorah or like a Jidora or something like that. It's like one of those winged kind of like monsters, kind of a thing. And basically, like they had, that they just wanted to help their country any way they wanted to. Uh, as long as they get to kill Nazis and help the country, even though like people are afraid of them, they still appreciate the opportunity of helping others. So that's why they're a team, and that's why, like, yes, they work for the government in that sense. Like they helped America win the war in some capacity, but like it's not by force because they wanted to. I mean, sure, Mazursky like gave them this operative to let them do that, but like they actually liked that job. So that's the difference with Creature Commandos comics and the show. The reason why I bring it up is like I just feel like Suicide Squad again. Cool. And I don't know if it's like that's an objective thing. I mean, I've seen people get tired of the concept too. So it's not.
Yeah, the formula at this point is it's pretty tired, I'd say, at least for me.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. So they basically have like a. So they fly over to Kolistan, and they're gonna go over there to the castle to protect Princess Rostovich from Cersei and her forces. Um. So they're flying, all that. So it's similar plane as all the other Suicide Squad movies because that's all this is.
Mhm.
I know you guys aren't really enthusiastic about the mission. Um, then it's like, we're delighted to be here to serve our country. Oh, yeah, great, and you're smiling. Yes, sarcastically. Mm-hmm. Because Dr. Phosphorus is a skeleton, and all he can do is smile. So, yeah, that's his running
It's
joke.
just-
Um, GI Robot is looking at Weasel, who's like kind of like freaking out. And then he's like, GI Robot is wondering, is he afraid of being discovered as Nazi scum? No, put your arm gun down. He's not a Nazi. He's a child killer, though. So, but he had a bad experience the last time he was on Osprey. And yeah. And then Bride looks down the window and she notices that she knows that she's in Pokolstan, and Nina asks, like, "Have you been here before?" Uh, that'll be important for later. And yeah, basically it's just a transition of them driving towards the castle. Weasel takes a piss. So we got our pee joke.
Ha.
The one I did kind of like is the little kid looking in the window, seeing Nina Fishhead, and he's not scared, but his mom like tells him to keep walking. That was all right, but that's pretty much it. They're just there. They make it to the castle, and they're approached by the guards. You know, um, they're looking around in the castle, and they see a lot of pictures around up in the ceiling, and it looks like the gene pool was above ground and inflatable, if you know what I mean. Yeah. So basically, they're all ugly looking, very, very
It's the
ugly
joke.
looking. And Rick is like, yeah.
Ugly the princess will be.
So
What?
yeah, it's like we have this 50-plus-year-old man looking at this 20-plus-year-old girl like she's gonna be so what? Yes. God, why did they do this, man? I'll get back to that in a second. Yeah, so Unity changed the logo. Yeah, so one second.
So what's happening?
Unity is on his way.
Okay.
Yeah, so the princess is hot. That's the thing.
That's the reveal.
Yeah. So Richard Bill Flag Sr. Wonderful to meet you. Your middle name is Bill. Like we're doing all the tropes of bad jokes. Wait, like Bill, like the dollar bill? Not even like William.
It's just Bill.
Yeah, it's like God. And then it's like it's an honor, and then Rick does a bow. And let's cue in the Black Panther joke. We don't do that here. Honestly, it's so disrespectful for you to bow like that we're gonna have to kill you. What? Hello, Unity.
Hey there. Hello?
Unity. It's muted.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like God. It's like I'm just gonna have to kill you for being so disrespectful and trying to bow to the princess. And it's like, whoa, hold up. And they have all the lasers, the swords pointing. Wait, we didn't.
Okay. Oh yeah, now it's fixed.
Didn't mean to offend.
Hello.
Hi, Unity.
Yeah, sorry, a new laptop, new shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just waiting for the joke to end where like they all like laugh.
They all start laughing. You know it's coming. Yeah.
Stupid they look for being afraid of this. Yeah, it's like the jokes are so bad, man. Like these are like so we just got to the part where they just enter the castle and the joke is
They first meet
you
the
thought they were
princess.
gonna die, but you're silly for thinking you're gonna die because I bowed. That Black Panther joke, but taken up to like 11, basically.
Wait, so you guys are just still in the middle of episode 1?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I did kind of go on a lot of tangents, to be fair.
To be honest, I rather just focus more on the writing instead of like
No,
anything. Yeah,
I mean,
and also establish like some of the rules first. like
Yeah, go ahead.
okay, like
ahead.
so what is canon to this? According to I don't even know how to describe this because James Gunn is so confusing. I was like,
Yes.
okay, the only thing I would count as canon for the sake of this shit, it's what's it called? The Suicide Squad, Peacemaker, and Blue Beetle. That's it.
Yeah.
This is like my favorite game ever, based on how you want to describe it, Gun.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of confused because Blue Beetle they were like hey, I actually got there's like an island of tech using Blue Beetle technology shit and you can build like Maxify around it, and once you can just blow up an island by self-destructing. I was like, I think you can use those suits. Just because you blow up the island doesn't mean like people can't reverse engineer it in DCU.
Yeah.
And it's like they don't only blow it now. There's like multi-layered chain corporations. Like Amanda Waller will absolutely able to use that instead of like, hey, let me just summon a bunch of like creatures to help. I mean, to be fair, that's like the fall of Blue Beetle, but at the same time, was like, okay, that has some serious implications.
I mean, Pokolistan has the whole prison guard, like they have like they're filled with like they have suits that can fly and shoot lasers and stuff like an Iron Man suit kind of a thing. People are like, oh, that's genius because like you feel like humans should have some kind of level of tech for their regular goons or like regular like prison guard and stuff like that, because otherwise like you're fighting up against metahumans and stuff like that. Honestly, the more we get into like the metahuman nonsense kind of a thing, especially without like any sort of build up with this, like you just kind of have to accept like we're like deep in the shit of like all of the magic, tech, sorcery, things like that, like monsters, like aliens. We're like so far deep into like what is like allowed that like I just it's overwhelming, and that's kind of like my biggest thing about this new DCU in general is like I don't know why you would want to do that for like a new audience. Like, oh, the audience doesn't really care; they just want to see something good. But like, overwhelming doesn't seem to be practical to me, in my opinion. Like, I don't know. It's like it's just like hard for me to like understand. Like, so am I supposed to like know that these things are like established in this universe already, or am I not supposed to do that yet? Like the biggest example was like Wonder Woman. She can't be established because nobody knows what Themyscira or Amazons look like. So that means nobody knows who Wonder Woman is in this universe. But yet you got like the stuff with Pokolistan and like how Cersei operates and stuff like that.
Yeah, it relies on like knowledge that you kind of need DCEU, but you also don't. Based on the rules that Gunn established, I was supposed to know what the fuck is Themyscira or some shit.
Right. The people don't know what that is.
To be fair, it's like it's not relevant now. You can just pretend it's like, okay, basically the name is like there's Cersei is from Utopia, and she lied to a bunch of people that Utopia is real, and there's like a bunch of women living there. I mean, it's yeah. Okay, that's what the show said, so I'm not even good based on anything. So it's like it's just extremely fake that you can just make up anything. I was like, okay, I need a bit of more context about it. Sure, I need to understand how are these people just trust Cersei. I was like, if they're like, okay, I really hate the woke mobs because
I just think they're stupid.
Yeah. No, it's like if you want me to convince this woke mobs will be like, hey, I would trust this goddess that I will be in this island, even though I hate women. Okay, that's not my word. That's literally the show's word. I'll be like, why would you want to be in an island of women? It's like I lack world building or something.
So like, I think like what she's pitching is like she becomes the ruler of Themyscira. We overpower all the women, Amazon women there, and then you guys get to have the island to yourselves while I be your queen.
But like if you hate women, why do you even believe Cersei? That she's a woman.
She's magic.
Then it's like, wouldn't the logical assumption is that everyone in Mascara is magic? Because as I said, you can't have.
Thank you for saying that. That's my problem. When you make one Amazonian a sorceress, that makes me think, should all of them be sorceresses? But they won't be, because I know how Amazons work in comics. So it's like, when you make one of them a sorceress, then you have to assume all of them are sorcerers. This is the problem when you start making somebody a character who doesn't belong in this group of people. That's my problem, but like, that's a problem that's going to happen longer down the line.
To be honest, I think the implication she's like bullshitting based on like how episode 3 ends. So I was like, okay, I'll wait for a bit.
Oh my god, we'll save episode later. Oh man,
when is Creature Commando gonna drop next episode? Anyways,
Thursday, the same day as the Superman trailer. That was a choice. Why would you do that?
That is Thursday. So
I mean, is there anything else you want to mention prior to just meeting the team?
To be honest, I have no idea what you guys even discussed already, so it's gonna be tough.
I guess specifically about Waller and Flagg's conversation regarding the Flash, like didn't you guys cancel this like organization back when your daughter like outed you out in Peacemaker 2023, 2022, whatever, like 2 years ago? Yeah. I mean, it's not really much to say. It's just they're playing fast and loose on like what is canon, what is not. And then we talked about Gunn's like,
who cares apparently?
Because Gunn has a quote saying like, it's kind of funny when people act like canon matters.
Okay, in the Suicide Squad, when Waller said, "If you do anything out of line, I will blow you up," that's like before any mission started. And based on the implication of this episode, Waller never explained that to them. If anything, if someone hurt Rick Flag, you'll blow up. That's like wording from Waller.
Yeah, but
that's not.
We see the app. It's like detonate is just electrocute their head, but it doesn't kill them.
No, that's a
they're under
problem.
False pretense. They're under false pretense that they're going to blow their head up, but they're not. Actually,
I'm not even sure how you do that to a person with like fear of radiation. It's like, does that person even need to? How can you inject into a person with like fucking radiation burning?
Yeah, almost like you shouldn't make this team Suicide Squad clone ripoff. Just a hunch, but
don't really matter. I don't really care, but still, it's like Guardians, but it's like you can make them work, but it's like at the same time you just can't just you have to re-justify it.
I'm not gonna accept it because of fucking Cersei, but we'll get to that later.
There were what is about Cersei?
We're not at her yet. Yeah, so now after that whole like we're gonna kill you, they are, how you're saying it, messing with you. I am making joke. You are making mess in your pants. Very funny. You spend like 2 minutes laughing at Rick Flag for being scared.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So basically the princess, she invites the Creature Commandos to dinner. Everybody is eating like monsters because they don't eat food like that.
So you have anything to say about how this joke is executed instead of just cliche?
I said it was retarded, but yeah.
Like how did he fucking dragged on? Like, hey, I'll go what's up?
I
was like, okay, this is like shit from Twitter. It's like, I don't think anyone in America said something like this, and
that was an old joke.
Yeah, it's an old scary movie joke.
It's a scary movies joke, yeah.
Good lord, and I think that because like, the character is from
it's definitely the 90s. I know that for sure.
even that I was like, because you're in like a fictional country, you should have your own different culture instead of copy American. It's like okay, it's like UK has like instead of using what's up, bro? It's like what's up, mate?
Hello, Gabna.
Hello, Governor.
It's like
Cheerio.
we have like cheers.
Yeah, I get that, but like
we say like pop and US said bar.
Yeah, so Alexei says that like his knowledge on Americans is just like movies, like really old deep cut movies or stuff like that. It's like I don't know. It's like no, I really do feel like if he thinks about like a Londoner, he's just gonna say pip pip cheerio, and that's yeah, stereotypes basically.
Yeah. And then we just got a bunch of stuff from the creatures. To be honest, I don't really have much problem with the creatures so far. Just Rick Flag, Princess, Cersei, something like this. Because the creatures are just background so far. And it's like even what we got is like not bad for them. It's like I like GI Robot so far. I mean, he has world building implications, but still, in episode 3. It's like
in a second.
But
yeah, as of episode 1, there's just nothing really to say. They just have like their one-liners.
I mean, there's like the scene like GI Robot with Nina, okay, that fish girl.
The boring.
Not bad. Actually, not bad conversation. It's like, oh, I want to kill Nazis. I just wanted some find purpose in life. Now it's like, oh, I will help you.
We kill Nazis together.
Yeah. I mean, like dinner conversation is just how to flirt. Okay, here's the implication for dinner conversation. It's just the princess was like, hey, I want to it's like I have a responsibility because my mom is really old. She's like fucking brain dead now, so I have a responsibility to do stuff for our kingdom. So it's rely on my shoulder now. So that's how it works.
So I don't know what to say about the princess as of right now, because like after watching episode 3, I mean it's kind of predictable too, as to what I think. The princess is definitely not a good person, and I feel like the mother is like a small inkling of setup.
I have no idea so far. So
I'm just thinking, let's think along the lines of Lord of the Rings. That's the only thing I'll say. Particularly when it comes to like an old man, like Saruman.
No, I've seen Lord of the Rings, but it's well written. For one, it's well written. For two, you kind of get the implication already. So, for me, I was like, because a lot of things here is just like, it's like, it's a good. This scene boils down to Nina and GI Robot has a friendship, and what's it called? Iana has responsibility for the country. And then it's like, because if you truck along, these two are like the only characters who have something worthwhile, and then we got
they're the ones who talk. That's kind of the thing.
Yeah. And then of course I got like Weasel can't talk, so it's like, but I'm gonna be. It's like, here's the thing. Remember there's like one shot of like Weasel just casually drags like one of the instrumentalists to just die.
But it's funny.
I was like, no, you should really, if that's the case, you should really just Rick Flag should be like, dude, Weasel, don't. Because he cares about he cares about innocent people. So it's like, no, he should just say something about it. And even Princess should be like, no. And stuff like, I don't mind that, even though she just saw him do it. I was like, no.
Bad guys. It's what they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rick is just really just a stand-in for the audience. I remember DCU content. Do you remember DCU content? That's pretty much most of his character. and and then like, he has a conversation with the princess. Kind of, he is such a chatty Cathy. Like, he's talking about his dead son. He's talking about the mission. He's talking about what Waller was saying. He's talking about like weren't you in the military, my dude? Like, you were saying a lot about yourself to this girl, and it's like, I mean, she's hot, but like, I get that, but like, does that really like make you go against all your ethics? It just doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
I mean, there's like world building stuff you guys miss because it's so quick. So
Yeah,
she says like
a lot to do in
Palaska.
20 minutes.
I was like, it's like 2 lines. Fuck's sake. It's like Palaska is a backward country. It's like, I like the place. I was like, it's like my country is charming, but it's backwards. Always rejecting process as corruption. It's my dream to lead by people into the 21st century.
Which might be a little cap, but we'll get to that later. But yeah. So, but to be fair, as of episode 1, we didn't know that at the time.
I mean, I'm no offense. Aren't your guards like made of like guns with armored guns? It's like these are like the most.
Oh, that's what you meant. Yes, yeah. I thought that was stupid too. Well, it's not stupid. I understand because like this universe has a lot of metahumans, so it's like, okay, I guess it makes sense for your prison guard to have like updated weaponry. But then if you're gonna talk about how we're like a poor ass country, or we're way behind compared to other countries. I mean, I guess every other country is way ahead of you guys then. Even though you guys seem to be fine. I mean, I think that's what they mean.
I mean, we don't even have Iron Man suits in our country right now. And you already even DCU. Remember in like Blue Beetle where they see like a armor suit that's like alien concept, and okay, fucking hell, in Blue Beetle, the fact that they created armor suit is actually fucking a brand new thing, and they have to achieve with space technology. And you tell me that Palaska, you guys seen Blue Beetle, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's like so it's like a lot of, I think because most people did not remember that movie, and I kind of remember a lot of it. Don't ask me how. So it was like the fact that you guys even have Iron Man suits, I was like, okay, that's not, you can't do that.
Well, they can.
Yeah, and you can't tell me this is a backwards country when it's like, okay, you have things that are more advanced than you think.
But the thing though is like we could just assume that even though they're even where they are right now could be still like backwards compared to the rest of the world. So you have to assume that the rest of the world is even crazier than what they have. So it's like that's going to be wild. Like again, these are the little things. Like if you think about it, it doesn't make any sense. But like if you, okay, I have to judge Metropolis in a different way. I have to judge Gotham City in a different way, or something like that. That it's hard to explain because it's a lot in little dialogue.
I mean, I pay attention to little dialogue all the time.
But yeah,
I was like, I mean, a lot of people just tell me like how Wicked is so good. I was like, okay, so what? It's like very faithful. When I was watching, I was like, no, it's like really different. I mean, it seems similar. It looks similar. I'll give you that. But yeah, I would consider bringing Blue Beetle because this is like one of the few confirmed things that are canon.
Right.
Yeah.
I think he really should have rebooted everything. Commit to all of it.
I'm not even gonna remember. I just gotta judge it for just 3 things because I can't be bothered to just deal with James Gunn's logic of canon. I just like, okay, I'll just take your word for it for now. By the way, Blue Beetle is better than this show so far. And it's not hyperbolic.
Yeah, so basically the princess is taking care of the affairs of Bokolistan because her mom is like a vegetable-ish kind of state. And they make a whole. I won't be official until she, great. It's good to talk about your mother, but okay. But yeah, there's not really that much in the conversation here inside because they have more of their conversation outside. And then there's little things like Nina offering GI robots diesel since he can't eat any food. So they go outside. It's a beautiful evening. Oh, this is Nina and GI Robot again.
No.
I don't enjoy the landscapes because there's no dead Nazis. So yeah, we'll be killing Nazis soon. Swaller promised it would be soon. GI Robot has sent back to hell where they belong. So we talked about this, basically a little bit of a connection between these two characters. It has been 74 years, 23 days, and 52 minutes since the last Nazi kill for him. So he's been arrested for 74 years. Interesting. And GI Robot was not in the Suicide Squad Project Starfish team. That's kind of curious. What it is.
I was like, why do you even lock this guy in prison?
Why is it in the Monster Division? It's a robot.
Yeah, they
Operation said it earlier. It's like, why was Weasel not there in the first place? Why was King Shark?
Why was King Shark not there? Yeah.
In the first place, yeah. The Monster Division of Belle Reve. Or Belle Rev, yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. How long again? He said it wasn't since he's killed Nazis.
74 years, 23 days.
74 years. So that would be 1950. So
it's probably the neo-Nazis specifically he's talking about.
Yeah, right.
It's post World War II.
Huh. Okay, I thought it'd be longer because I guess never mind. We'll get to it later in that episode.
No, it wasn't that thing in the 80s.
I don't remember
that last flashback in GI Robot.
I don't remember.
I'd have to check because 74 years is not. If it's the 80s, that's not 74 years.
Mm-hmm.
We'll check later. But yeah. So Rick and Alana have a conversation. It's happy to give company and stuff like that. They ask about why was he in prison, about Weasel. He supposedly murdered 27 children, but he hasn't shown any violent tendencies since then, even though he's biting an instrumentalist's neck. So yeah, just don't invite the school choir. Nice. I like American music, rock and roll. It's just like how Russians American jokes.
Mm-hmm.
After the disastrous Arcane Season 2, you can imagine that I'm even pessimistic on Gunn's plans to transform DC into a League of Legends clone even more.
Don't get it.
No.
I will. That's. I've talked to Sty a lot about this show, but we'll get back to that later.
I don't really care. This show is just kind of whatever for me. I mean, not just in terms of feeling wise, the show is bad, but for me, I just do not care. But I can't talk about the problems.
I mean, I'll still hate it because of the characters that are in it, but also, I have no faith in Superman. But we'll get to that later. Yeah. Then we also talked about My Country is a Charming One, but backwards. Rejecting progress is always seen as corruption. We also talked about and then she asked, are you married? No.
Yeah, she is immediately horny for this much older man.
No. I mean, this is like the only part that I actually felt something, not horny. Just I was kind of weird at what the gun mean by that. Because like the first thing Gunn said, I was like, I wrote this character with Maria Bakalova in mind because it's Belgium, and she's also like the first person I cast with DCU. Blah blah blah, and then
very
like,
odd.
okay, like that, I'm fine with it because I write a lot of characters with like people I know in mind as well. That's like
No,
whatever.
I mean,
But and then he was like, okay, what do you want this character to do? Easy, I want her to fuck Rick Flag, sir, who's old enough to be his father, and she also kind of looks like a Gunn's wife.
mhm.
I was like, what the fuck? So my entire thing was when I saw this, I was like, Gunn, do you just want to fuck Maria Bakalova?
Relatable.
Yeah, I find it interesting that his first DCU cast was like an original character. Not just that, but like, yeah,
I mean, I get it in the worst because if you write original character, it's easy to imagine someone you know in mind as a character. Because I do have I've
granted, he writes all of his characters like original characters. To be fair,
no, it's like because I've write people's characters before, and that is harder for me to imagine like how do they fit, how does other people fit for that character. So I basically have to write other characters in mind, so it's easier to write other people. Even if you say that, oh, it's different, but at the same time, there's like hammered down by certain adaptations.
yeah.
And then when I saw this, I was like, you just want to fuck her, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like the whole thing about the foreign accent and like, God, like I want to understand you Americans so much. It's like that's it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird in my opinion. Uh, you know, huge age gap, but like I guess it doesn't mean I want to see it.
I mean,
Yeah.
sure,
So
if he's like fucking me instead, I'll see it.
yeah. Yeah, so Rick Flag Sr. confirms he's only 18 years older than his son, which I call cap on that, but I just had to accept it.
I think Joe Kinnaman is actually older than he looks.
Joel Kinnaman is IRL, he's like 14 years younger.
45 years old. Holy shit! Oh, I mean, to be fair, if we add 18, he's actually is technically older than what's it called? Russell. Who's the actor called?
Frank
Senior, Frank Grillo.
Frank Grillo. To be fair, if you actually add 45 plus 18 is actually older than Frank Grillo. It's not completely wrong. But
no. Frank is still older than Joel Kinnaman. It's just that they have a 14-year age gap, are like in real life, not an 18-year. That's not really my issue. It's just that the way that they've designed Rick Flag Sr. looks nothing like. I know you hate whenever I bring up the design.
To be honest, you know what I think about design? I think Rick Flag Jr. looks like James Gunn.
Yes.
So that's why he just wants you to fuck Maria Bakalova. That's my theory.
That's why people make the self-insert thing like even more apparent, because Rick looks nothing like Frank. He looks more like James. Not just that, but like I'll save design stuff for later because like I feel like designs will feel nitpicky if I bring it up now.
No, this is like the only thing I have interest to talk about. Guns.
I mean,
Guns like sexual fantasy. That's like the funniest thing to talk about here.
Okay. Yeah, so he's basically explaining everything about Rick Flag Jr. to this princess he just met. Talking about how he joined the military, he loved the country, make it a better place. He was a much better improvement on me in every way. So it's like, okay. So he passed away 2 years ago. So he died 2 years back, according to the show. And yeah, it's like I would have liked, he would have liked you. And then you get the whole, it sounds nice, but I'm into older men, which, funnily enough, Joel Kinnaman is still old enough to be her dad, like Maria Bakalova's dad too. So it's like that was just funny to me, but yeah. Basically they're both older men, so it doesn't really matter which one she's talking about. But yeah, that's she brings him inside her room and wants to show him the
She brings him aside and wants him to get inside.
the armory.
The armory.
It's 500 years old. Just this wonderful armor. Then
She starts.
she
takes off the robe.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest here. I was so confused because when the moment that Maria Bakalova just brings like Rick Frank Grill to her room, I was like, it's like cut away. Even though the last scene was like, oh, I'm more attracted to the older man, and she just bring her to she just bring you to the bedroom. I was like, what the fuck do you think the implication is?
Yeah.
No, this a lot of jump cuts, because we only have 20 minutes to work with. That bitch is horny. She want to get what she want to get.
She has different kinks, I guess. That's the implication I'm going with.
Yeah. Yeah, so Rick is not into that, or he's trying very hard not to be hard. It's not ethical. I'm supposed to protect me from loneliness, lack of passion, Pakistani men who have never seen the world, no clue how to treat a woman. I mean, have you tried? But okay. Can't see me as a human being as I am, under the veil of royalty. But Rick backs out, lets her go, and we need to get some sleep. GI Robot's gonna guard the door, so you'll be fine. And he leaves her there, naked and alone. And that's how that scene ends.
Right.
I just talk about what I think about it already.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So basically, it's just kind of a few things, just kind of like montages over, like with GI Robot. Bride wants to get out of here. She's like, Nina is in a bathtub, and like she notices that Bride goes out the window, and Bride does like this like sick ass like landing down to make it to the ground, and then Nina is already at the bottom of the door. It's like, how'd you get down here? I walked down the stairs. That doesn't explain how you got down so fast. Get in your aqua suit and.
No, do you know what she should do? She just walk naked. That would be fun.
I wouldn't want to see that. She's a fish lady, but it is what it is. I mean, it would explain the speed because yeah, the water suit makes no sense. Yeah. So Bride is heading out, calls a cab. Nina's obviously worried. She doesn't want to get her head electrocuted, but she also doesn't want to be like, just stay then. No, I hate these types of characters, to be honest. Yeah. And cuts to.
Do you want to talk?
Like scene in his room, right?
I mean, no,
Like,
it.
so,
Yeah,
I
I
guess
mean,
like, let's talk about the logistics of it first. Like
Bride of Frankenstein asking a knight for money.
yeah, just takes his whole wallet. She clearly doesn't care about morals and stuff like that. So
well,
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, that's it.
My bigger thing is like, wow, you could just have two creatures like just walk out with no detection or no like understanding or like any kind of like surveillance as to like, oh wow, two blips are like disappearing from your where you are, Rick. Don't you want to take a look at that? Because we do see in the next episode that they do have a GPS that keeps track of where the creatures are. So it's like, I don't know. I just thought that was.
To be fair, we do know that in the Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
By the way, in the Suicide Squad, the explanation is like the country blocks communication signal shit.
Yes.
You remember that movie? Okay, I don't think a lot of people remember that detail. So in this movie, there's like Amanda Waller should be calling already, or at least like what is not loyal person.
See, I had this conversation with Operation earlier. I think we just forgot about that detail as well. Because I was just thinking about it, it's like, there really should be like somebody calling in that there are two creatures like out of your range, Rick. What's going on? Like, and then, but this is a backwards ass country. That's not true.
No, I'm not talking. I'm not even talking about those people. I'm just talking about Amanda fucking Waller.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I said.
Right.
Yeah. So nobody calls in that these two are gone. They don't even know that they're gone until like after
next episode.
The next episode, yeah. But in the meantime, Rick is, asleep, but he hears that somebody's rustling through his drawers. That's not a sex joke. And he finds that Dr. Phosphorus, who is like lighting up with like radiation, so like he's like a nightlight essentially. So he has no sense of like health. So keep that in mind. So yeah, he's awake, shuffling through. He finds the phone that had detonations on it, but Dr. Phosphorus hears a crick. He turns around and he's staring at Rick's cock, and then he looks up and sees that Rick is standing over him, and they proceed to have a fight scene. Rick Flag versus Dr. Phosphorus.
So do you have anything to say about like logistics?
The fact that putting an oven mitt on is fine.
No, not that before that.
I know. Why don't you talk?
Rick Flags. Even a lot of Dr. Phosphorus. So the phone is like in Rick Flag's hand. So this genius was like, hey, where do I put my phones? Next to a person's bed. I mean, to be fair, I'll put my phone next to something that I can charge. But like, dude, it's there on his hand. Why the fuck would search his locker? His drawer.
Yeah.
That part is like absolutely confuses me. And then he's like, hey. And then instead of Rick Flag just immediately do something because he's like a military and this guy literally has like radiation skin instead of do shit. He was like, no, let me just stand here and then just have him saw it, and then instead of having Dr. Prophet just punch his leg, he just slowly turns around and let Rick Flag kick him. That's like how it started. It was like really stupid. and it's not it, and it's like, and it's also a really easy fix. So I don't understand how they messed that up.
We just did a fight scene in the one episode. So yeah, they basically fight. The animation looks very good for this fight scene. I will give it that. But yeah, it's a human versus a fireman. But yeah, I mean, there's like a lot of cool uses of like fire and like how it like intercuts with like Rick's reaction versus like that. But like, I don't know, it's like they get to a point where they're essentially where they cause like a hole in the ground and they both fall like a whole story down, which my first thought is the Suicide Squad when like Idris Elba is like going down floor by
when
floor.
he writes the floor, yeah.
It wasn't quite like that, but it just gave me a flashback to that. Yeah, so they land in the kitchen. They continue their fight. Rick is getting burned because he's fighting a fireman. But yeah, but then he, finds like an oven mitt, puts it on, grabs a frying pan, and like bashes him over the head with it. So like an oven mitt is able to withhold radiation. Cool.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I mean they're basically fighting for the phone. That's kind of like the point. And eventually Rick does get the upper hand and he has the phone in his hand and he basically has his thumb over the detonate button, which gets Dr. Phosphorus to stop fighting. And Rick is basically like, you fucking idiot, like you think I want to kill you or anything like that? Like I want us to like work together as a team, like assuring that like he never has any intention to actually use it on them, like actually like kill them, like that's not his intention. Like he's not like Waller in that sense. So that's what he's trying to say. And then he also said like you're also stupid. Like you think that I only had one phone, like I have another phone too that you don't know about, kind of a thing. So it's like even if you took the phone, I still have another one. So there's that. That's basically it. That's for that side of the episode.
Wait, you did miss the subtext?
Which the subtitles or
subtext? No,
subtext.
He was about to blow him up if not the fact that what's it called? Princess came here, and so he just doesn't want to make an embarrassment in front of the princess. That's the implication. He was about to kill him.
Me in front of the princess.
So that's the implication.
Where did I get that?
Then he bashes his head with a car door.
You embarrassed me in front of Vanessa.
So yeah, he's super willing to kill him if not the fact that princess hears.
Yeah, that Poo-tang, I guess. So yeah, you're right. Also
basically what he said there is bluffing. Absolutely bluffing. It's not wrong. It's just
also
bluffing.
the detonate doesn't really work that way. Like when because we saw Waller hit the detonate button and it just shocks him. I just don't know if there's like if you hold it long enough it'll explode or something like that. I don't know.
Yes, I don't know.
Maybe. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, and then she basically cuts back to the bride and Nina in front of a mansion. And it's like, what is this place? Where I was born. So she was born in Pokolstan. No, that's a coincidence. And then somebody's watching outside in a hut in front of the mansion. Just like some old lady. And then she pulls out her cell phone, which has a picture of shirtless Zac Efron. And she calls another person who's on a yacht party and saying like how you've been asking for this particular person. She's here. My bride. After all these years, I have found you. That's Frankenstein. And that's how the episode ends. Didn't really care for really anybody. It's kind of my main thought.
I'm gonna be honest. If not the fact you guys tell me to watch it, I'll probably just like
skip it.
No, I just watch it after it's over, or whenever I have time.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not interested. It's like, what?
Yeah, no, I get that. I like honestly, I do think maybe this could be a lot more tolerable if it was a binge, especially since like all the episodes are like 20 minutes each. I really don't see there's not enough content for me to like really care about waiting weekly, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, not really dying to see what happens next.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not dying to see anything right now. So. I was like, I'm barely watching anything right now because I'm so busy. I got to attend for a play tomorrow. Yeah, so fun.
Yeah. It's just not really much to say from the episode. Most of it focuses on Rick and the princess, and I just think they both suck. Rick is like, he's just very bland, I'd say, like in the sense of like he's mostly there just to like relay the information that connects DCEU and DCU content, and then occasionally talk about his life and be the horny dad figure for the princess wanting to fuck. That's essentially it. And the princess has no character outside of being horny, and she wants to rule the country in a better direction, but that's like only one sentence to the point where it's kind of forgotten. Then outside of that, she becomes a damsel in distress, but we'll talk about that later. But yeah, I mean, the other monsters, they only had like a blurb as like, this is who I was, or this is who I am, and that's my gimmick. And so yeah, Waller is Waller. So it cuts to episode 2, the Tourmaline necklace. So it's a flashback all the way back in 1883, which is a reference to Mary Shelley's Frankenstein original book release date. And there's pretty much like straight up dialogue from the book about like how shall each man find a wife for his bosom, and each beast have his mate, and I be alone. I yearn for a wife, father. What is it to be love, if not for love? So, it's a classic line from Frankenstein. So it's basically just doing a reenactment of Frankenstein and Victor Frankenstein, his desire of wanting a wife. And Victor is just thinking about, like, I created you in the interest of exploring that space that is between life and death. But I haven't learned enough out of you yet to justify doing it again. And he's like, but you have a wife, so how's it fair that you can know love and I don't know love? So Victor's just talking about, like, just give me more time. No, it's not fair and that kind of stuff. And he's basically just like wants a wife, and Victor is just trying to understand the possibilities of what's going to be an issue moving forward. But he did collect all the women parts that he will use to make the bride. But this is that's what humans do. We have to share our feelings without becoming over animated. Just educating him, and then that's kind of like how that episode starts off. And yeah, so we'll get some. So this episode has a lot of intercuts with the flashbacks of, the bride and her origin, essentially.
Yeah, she's a standout character this episode.
The standout character of this episode.
The one who gets the most screen time.
Yeah. It's a reference from Twitter. Yeah, so it cuts back to the present where Bride and Nina are talking. Why did you come back to where you were born? But like Bride is like very dismissive about like everything, which is kind of an annoying thing overall. Like it's not, God, like you asked me that kind of question.
I mean, okay.
I understand. It's just how often it happens is like kind of annoying, but it's okay.
I mean,
but I don't have an issue with that. But yeah.
What they mean is like this entire scene is just bonkers.
Which part?
There's like it's conversation between Victor and his monster.
What do you mean?
That's like the first scene of the entire episode.
I know, but what's bonkers about it?
I was like, what the fuck does this guy has like human body parts? Oh, I don't get it. What's the point of you having human body parts?
Do you know Mary Shelley's Frankenstein?
Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna bring up outside knowledge about it. Yeah.
The dialogue is straight from the book.
What? Seriously?
Yeah, that was what I was quoting right now about the shall each man find a wife for his bosom, and each beast to have his mate, and I be alone. That's straight from Frankenstein in that book. So you kind of have to use the outside knowledge of it, or I mean Frankenstein already exists, like as like how he is, like he's a dead like corpse that's brought back to life essentially, or he was sewn together of different body parts and sewn together. He's going to do that again with the bride, with lady parts and that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
So that's basically why that's there, or that's why he has all a bunch of dead lady parts.
What the fuck? And they have this conversation in that lady's room. By the way, this is like the only scene with titties shown in real life. Shown here. That corpse. Not even that corpse. That chopped that corpse. And there's like a face in the ground for some reason.
Yeah. I mean, it's taken straight from Frankenstein, except in the original Frankenstein book, he doesn't actually build a bride because he thinks about like how terrible that would be, the consequences of doing that and all that stuff. So he doesn't do it. But in DC Comics, they obviously build the bride as she is.
I feel like I feel like I should read the book first just to judge what's the difference.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to take my word for it. But yeah, I mean, the flashback itself is just kind of like, just taking elements of Frankenstein and obviously putting some twists and turns to it. But it's relatively in lieu of the story. But yeah, and they cut back and forth because this is the bride-centric episode. I will say, compare this episode to the next episode. At least this episode has a good reasoning to flash back and forth between the bride's flashbacks and like, because she's actually in the house and she can look at the rooms and think about what happened in that room many years ago, that kind of thing. Whereas like G.I. Robot, he's just like thinking randomly, and then it just flashbacks to G.I. Robot's time in the war, like time in the past. But there's like no like setup connection as to like what brought him there, or like what brought this. It's like it's a lazy way of doing flashbacks. At least this one has like some liberties because Bride is actually in the house. That was my main thing before talking about episode 3. Yeah, so I mean, basically it's. Do you want to speed run it just a little bit?
It's fine with me.
Yeah,
because like most of it is just kind of like because like most of it is just the bride like walking through the house and like seeing a room, and then she has a flashback of her time with her, Victor, and Frankenstein's monster, and the other part of it is just Rick and Alana fucking.
Yeah.
And so which I guess let's do the Rick stuff first.
Yo,
since there's
Crime
less-
Matter is so rare here in Pocolastan. Fuck.
Yeah.
That's like the most that's like one of the most tone deaf lines in DCU.
Can you repeat that again?
DCEU, that's like really tone deaf. It's like nice people are rare in a country. Yeah, sure, man. Yeah, sure, if you say so.
Yeah, this American man is so nice in my country. I've never seen a nice man in my country before. Nice.
I mean, your guard is quite nice. Why do we fuck him?
He's old enough to be your dad too. So
it's true.
If that's the bar. Okay. Let's do the Rick stuff first, because like it's not really much to say. Rick is getting his wounds cleaned by the princess, not by her servants or like anybody else, not her guards or medical staff. No, the princess of the nation is tending to his wounds. Wow, that's not contrived at all.
I mean, I think it's intentional because the princess just want to make him fuck her.
Yeah, I know, but like, I just wanted to be silly for a second. So yeah.
But so no, this kind of injury should absolutely be checked out by medical staff. Here's the thing.
Yes, you're right.
I don't think so, man.
Yeah, so the other creatures are kind of looking at Rick kind of scared because he still has the phone in his hand, and she's trying to tend his wounds, and it gets to a point where like he even like threatens to put the thumb over, and then they back out of the room, and the princess closes the door. The princess is like rubbing his wounds, getting the blood out. So she kind of explains that this little button here, it gives a painful jolt directly to their brains. That's cruel. Yeah, it is. You need to take off the shirt so he can clean the wounds. So he does. And then she's looking at his abs. So you have the remote and you can control them. They haven't really been super obedient. The skeleton man, Dr. Phosphorus, he tried to kill you to get it. That's crazy. Quite a team. I promise, Princess.
Some kind of Creature Commandos.
Yeah. I have to learn how to commando the creatures. Yeah, I'll keep these folks under control. Keep you safe. You're such a kind man. So there's a lot of I've said this a lot. I feel like Maria just has a default setting of talking horny whenever she's voice acting, because like there's like no subtlety or at all out of her, which it's not a bad thing. It's just like, I mean, I appreciate it. I don't appreciate who she's saying it to. Let's just keep it at that. That's so rare in Pocolistan, like Unity said. But it's not your first battle. So then just gonna skip over. Just finish the Rick stuff because it's painful. So she's like touching each individual scar and like trying to get him to explain, like, so what is this one for? What is this one for? And closer to his face. She's saying, no, we shouldn't do that. And she kisses him anyway. Then he kind of gives up and he just full grabs her ass. And they fuck. So then there's a joke. Loud sex behind the door. And Alexa's like, I need the princess's attention. Give him 30 seconds. Give him a minute. Give him 30 minutes. Yeah. What's going on there? Why can't I speak her now? It's like, do you not understand what sex is, bro? And yeah. So that's the scene. Very funny. I laughed.
Yeah. DCU is back.
Should just probably just start with Superman first.
Yes, you should have started with
Superman. Yes.
And scrapping all these fucking characters, including if it means Blue Beetle, scrap Blue Beetle, man.
I mean, I don't care about Blue Beetle, but yeah.
I mean, people like Zolo.
I mean, I like what's it called? I like the Suicide Squad. Doesn't mean that I want just grab it.
Yeah, I mean, but like, isn't Blue Beetle like still relatively like safe in the sense of like the rest of the DCEU? Like, it doesn't really do that. I can't even think of like what is like the biggest.
You're kidding me? They literally have a fucking company that said, "Hey, I'm building a fucking suit that can blow an island."
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking like, what is it? Does that have anything to do with like a DCEU property from before?
No, except for a few references. No.
Okay. Because that's what I'm saying. I feel like that's still lesser than like Suicide Squad and Creature Commandos. I think, in my argument at least.
No, No, it's just a lot. Like, here's Batman, Superman references.
Yeah, but like that's something that can carry over at the very least.
It's like Shazam, minus the last scene.
That could kind of carry over.
No, it can't. The last scene is Superman. Okay, but faceless, headless Superman.
Right. Yeah.
But that's a reference, right?
He could peacemaker that part wasn't canon.
That is something that you can kind of peacemaker figure out of that, but like, yeah.
I mean, I guess peacemaker. No, there's like one scene there, like, hey, we got Ezra Miller and this Jason Momoa back.
Yeah, but
Gunn said all of
Peacemaker's completely canon except for that one scene.
Except for that one scene.
According to Gunn, at least.
Okay, what does that mean?
That scene just didn't happen.
Yeah, that's a good question.
You guys are fucking dicks, guys. Like, all right, buddy. Fish fucker.
Funny.
So yeah. That's pretty much it. And then the rest of the scene is just them like looking for Bride and Nina, but I guess we can go back to Bride and Nina.
Please don't tell me these are all lines also from Mary Shelley.
No. Just the opening scene. Only the opening scene. Everything else is like, because again, as I said, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. She Victor starts like creating Bride, but then he thinks like, wait, if I create this another female monster and then she falls in love with the monster and like they have sex, they'll have babies and they might terrorize the whole town, and that's going to be all my fault. Humanity might be doomed. So then that's why he decides to destroy the creature before making her come to life, which Frankenstein notices and gets really upset at Victor for doing that. So Bride doesn't exist in like Mary Shelley's like lore. Like, she was trying to make her, but then he thought of the implications of how disastrous that could be for the world if he were to make a second monster. So that's why everything going on here after the first scene onwards is like he's already created the Bride. So it's like you kind of have to fib it a bit so that, including the monster fucking part, but we'll get to that.
I mean, to be fair, like, Bride of Frankenstein is a thing since 1945.
Yeah. No, I get that. I'm saying like those are all like, it's like the Wicked in that sense, like just your own canon making the Bride like her own character kind of a thing. It's like that kind of thing a bit. But yeah, I mean, basically, So I guess you could try talking about it because everybody loves the flashback scenes.
It's kind of whatever. I mean, it's just like, oh,
I can understand that, but like, could you elaborate?
Because here's a scene. Oh no, my Frankenstein. Frankenstein was like, I love her. She's beautiful. But it's like the Victor was like, no, don't, because she's like, she only just got born.
Yeah.
And she doesn't know shit.
So she has to relearn things.
So, okay, no, it's like not just relearn things. She doesn't even know ABC. That's a problem. So, she usually have a mentality of like, have you seen Poor Things?
Yes.
Okay, that should be her mentality if she doesn't even know ABC.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted to do the falling in love with your mentor kind of a thing, but we'll get to that. It's a very interesting way to write women, but I'll say that for later.
And of course, I'm not shocked that when like the baby was like, it's just like, oh, the baby is born. I was like, okay. It's like she should, yeah, because they just can't speed run how she thinks already.
Right. So essentially it's just like the development process. Obviously, like I don't think these scenes are happening like back to back to back. Like I'm sure there was like a time gap, and these are all just happening in the sequence of flashbacks for the sake of, the audience.
I'm not gonna ask like how does that work in DCEU, because like you can't just tell me there's like 83. There's like you can just create life already.
This is DC Comics, man. They just do
I
that.
don't care. I don't fucking care.
They just do that shit.
In this continuity, I was like, oh Jesus. It's like
No,
people should be like reanimating people left and right.
The only argument is like I guess Victor was the only one who knew how to do that.
But like you got the first scene, like the last scene of like it's like Frankenstein still running around both parties and shit. I was like, people should know that shit. You can't tell me this is like hidden. This is like public shit already.
Oh, like I mean the concept of like reanimating a person to what they are. That kind of thing. I mean, then again, like there's also like stuff is like, oh, it's a pop culture reference if you know what Frankenstein is, but how do you react like when the pop culture reference is actually real? Like you can actually talk to Frankenstein like right in front of you.
Okay, let me just do this. So what's your religious?
Hindu.
Okay, what if in DCU was like Hindu god is actually real and you got all the mythologists crammed into DCU? It was like, well, it's religious.
See, DC Comics do that as well.
I don't care. Okay.
Again, like we were talking about this for the MCU as well. The MCU has Khonshu and like other Egyptian gods. They have that too in Marvel Comics.
But like in MCU, like Thor is actually from a planet or something. I was like, okay.
Yeah, okay, but that's just like a difference for the sake of adaptation. But yeah,
but yeah, I mean, they should just establish how the fuck is the DCU for these DC first before just like here's Resurrection low.
Yeah, I do agree with you because like ultimately it's overwhelming with how much shit you have to accept. Oh yeah, reanimating dead people. That happened. Anyway, so yeah. No, I understand like what you're saying. It is overwhelming, and that's exactly what I was afraid of with this new DCU. Because like it's not just Superman you have to accept. You have to accept a lot of things that happen in comics, in live action, and just assume that everybody just knows that, like everybody just cares about that, or everybody just doesn't want an explanation as to how these things happen. That's always been my fear. The fear is like exponentially like tenfold as of like right now, and there's just nothing you can do about it.
Like, I mean, if they really want to do it, maybe just adapt Mary Shelley's stuff one to one. Maybe she actually has an idea.
Yeah, maybe. You did talk about Bride of the Frankenstein, like that particular like stories that have happened with the Bride that is in DC Comics.
You
But,
can't just. Here's the thing:
Yeah.
if they just like here's Frankenstein, I was like, how do you do it? It's like actually, it almost destroyed my entire life, and none of it actually works. I was like, okay, so I can't do it again. It's like, okay, I guess. And it was like, here's Bride of Frankenstein, I can just casually do that.
Mhm.
It's like, fuck.
I mean, like it's also like GI Robot was created to kill Nazis. It's like
Okay.
in the comics, there's like 7 GI robots. So.
No, this is This is also my problem with episode 3. Holy shit, there should be a ton of GI robots.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, essentially the gist of the flashbacks. I know, like, unless you find anything like super well written or anything like that, it really is just like kind of re-educating the bride to like know about English and like things like that, teaching her words and things like that, how to spell. She looks at a necklace that she really liked, and then it flashes back, and then Nina and Bride also have some conversations here and there. It's like how, like, are those your parents? Tsk, don't tisk me. You can just say no. That's not cool. My father was a scientist, so they see like the room of like the lab basically. Wow, crazy. I mean, my dad was a scientist, but he didn't have anything like this.
Yeah, and then you got a scene that's like, here, what is this? A hat. Fuck you.
Cap. Close. Hat. Yes.
Hey, trust me, don't have a scene of her just like, hey, what is this? A hat.
See, I could accept it, but it's what happens at the end. Like, and that's what other people were upset about too. Is like what Victor does to the bride.
You can't just tell me the bride is like, here, I'm a fucking mentality of a kid, I'm gonna fuck him.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
I mean, I don't even understand some of her reactions now, because now she should be extremely childish.
Yeah, but like, I have to assume, for the sake of like, there could be a time gap between like when he's teaching her things and stuff like that. And like not all these things are happening on the same day or something like that. I have to assume that, just for the sake of
that's
like,
what I did.
Flashbacks at least. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't mind, like, if you're gonna teach her English and teach her words and like teach her concepts, that's fine. It's just when we get to the fucking part.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah. So he, I mean, he's kind of like justifying things to Victor as well. Not Victor. Victor is justifying it to the monster as well. That, like, she came from nothing and then she has to come back. It's going to probably take 9 months for it to come back to the universe. Talking very philosophically so that the monster can leave him alone with the bride. And the monster really wants the bride to be his bride and all that stuff. But the bride is like scared of seeing the monster. Same way.
So, by the way, why is Frankenstein so big? Should I ask this question?
Why is he huge?
Yeah, if he's made of like normal human body parts.
That's a cartoon. That's a cartoon adaptation. He's not big at all in the. He's like 7 feet tall, but he's like super skinny in the real lore. But yeah, it doesn't make sense. I agree. Because if he's dead, you can't have like dead muscle.
Not just that, we actually saw this part. We actually saw the fucking dead bodies in his apartments. So
yeah. It's like you have to assume, like, I guess he got like bodybuilders, found like dead bodybuilders and took their bodies or something. But it was like in the 1800s, bodybuilders like that. I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, that's I understand what you're saying. Yeah, and yeah, so birth is always horrible. God's gift to humans is that he lets you forget, but science isn't very forgiving. And then Nina's like, but I'm not human. Stop with the bluff. Fish, you're the only one of the freaks who is. We're monsters. But like, so she's saying she's a human being, but with gills. So that's interesting.
So she's Aquaman?
Allegedly, but doesn't look the part. So she notices that she's looking for something. What are you looking for? And then then they show you the necklace and all that stuff and how it looks really pretty. And
So no,
I mean, essentially, like it just gets to like she's basically just seeing more flashbacks and stuff like that, and then eventually Nina finds the necklace and gives it to the bride. Is this what you're looking for? And also, while this is happening, Rick finally finishes his sex session and realizes that the bride and Nina are gone. That they gotta go find her.
And I was like, hey, what the fuck do you think is this necklace? I guess she just told him that, oh, by the way, I have this necklace.
She said she was looking for a necklace in particular, and then Nina just finds like a gold necklace with like a red ruby, so she just assumed it was the necklace she was talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, there could be plenty of necklaces, but luckily she got the right one.
Yeah.
Or that she found it.
Yeah.
And it didn't get burned.
Yeah.
I guess you can't burn gold like that, but like.
Okay.
But yeah. Yeah, so basically the rest of the creature boys, they go in the car, they bring Alexi with them, they leave the princess alone at the castle, so let's keep that in mind. And yeah, she tells the driver, can you show where that is? Yeah, let's go. What's up? Very funny. I laughed every time.
She should watch better movies. Maybe he has never watched, good movies before.
Hey, a scary movie can be funny, but I won't call it good, but I'll call it's funny.
I did watch scary movie
from decades ago. So yeah, so they're off their way, and meanwhile, we finally see the character who has been talked about, but this is her first line. Cersei and the softies. They're so one of them saw that the bride and Nina are there as well. How? Don't know.
So basically, a bunch of people just like hit. So the explanation is her followers found them.
Yes.
That's the explanation.
Sure.
How? Fuck it. It's not like they followed her or something. It's not. There's no car vehicles that surrounded it.
Yeah. Right. And
and by the way, if you guys remember the Suicide Squad, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So remember anything else that's established there?
Regarding
this particular situation.
You mean like
to track people?
The tracking part?
Amanda Waller can see enemies through the fucking radar. So she can absolutely see anyone who's like who is around, like what's it called?
Nina.
Nina and Bride.
Oh.
Like if somebody's watching them or something like that.
Yeah, Amanda's always monitoring them through her satellite.
I guess she's relaxed.
Yeah. Like so weird because even these Suicide Squad when she's asleep, she has like other people watching over her. Like 24. This is 24-hour thing.
Where's Jennifer Holland, man? We need her.
Oh yeah. To be fair, she got in Peacemaker. She got fired. She not the fired, demoted.
Hey, we need her. Fuck the DCU. They don't need her. We need her.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
yeah. So they found her. Cersei is informed. So she heads off. And basically once the necklace is found, so this is an interesting thing for me before this fight scene happens, is that the bride is going through some PTSD-ish kind of things. I struggle to call it that because it's not really that. It's just remembering a few things and being sad, which I don't want to really diminish.
No, this is fucking
PTSD
first
like,
draft. Fuck you. This is like the first draft of the script.
yes.
No, what's the point of the flashbacks? You know, she sees this sad, done.
Yeah,
Fuck
but
you,
these
no
are the
context.
best. These are the best written scenes in the show.
I was like,
And
oh,
that's not
she cares
saying much,
about
man.
him. Oh my god, have you seen? Okay, I will get to that because this is literally just ripping off Poor Things, but the Poor Things stand up better. We'll get to that.
Yeah. So once like she gets, so she's dealing with like some kind of sadness or something like that. So, but she gets like the necklace and all that, and she's super happy for that. And then all of a sudden, the some of the softies come inside, and they're trying to shoot at the bride and Nina, starting up a ruckus, starting up a fight scene. The bride is just soloing everybody, and Nina's being useless.
You know why she's soloing everybody? Because you see, she has this plate she got from like a what's it called, heater, and you know, and it blocks all the bullets. And instead of shooting at her leg, she just just shoot at the shield. This is like Darth Maul from like the Clone Wars season 7.
Yeah. So
those are just the minions. I'm sure the bride won't be able to solo the sorceress Cersei or anything.
Yeah, somebody tries to punch the bride in the face. It like does nothing to her.
I'm gonna be honest.
Like she throws the human outside of the building through the ceiling and like through a bunch of floors and like super fast and like so very strong woman.
Just I don't get it. Just had her like, okay, by the way, my Victor just make my skin like be so tough that bullets bounce off from me because it's powered by lightning, and lightning can literally destroy a building. Just say that instead of hey, she's not bulletproof. But by the way, fuck you.
Yeah. So once the softies are taken care of, Cersei comes in, and
it's your favorite part.
No, I mean there's a lot of things wrong with this show, with this fight scene. It's mostly just humans.
I want Unity to do it first.
So after
I'm gonna bitch a lot. Let's just preface that.
After like these people, okay, this is clearly just James Gunn telling online shows they are Nazis. Or like what they're Nazis, it's gonna be so apparent. It's like even episode 1 was like, got an implication. Especially they have a character who hates Nazis. And then it's like, hey, none of them know how to shoot like Nina's bride's legs. Fucking hell, they didn't give the bride a real name.
To be fair, she doesn't have a name.
Fuck you, she should absolutely have a name based on the logic of this show. You can't tell me this Victor guy just teach her so many things and I was like, here, what's it? This is a hat. This is a necklace. Like, okay, what do you want me to call myself? I should give you a name. Your name is
the bride.
Okay, the bride. Fuck. You can't
You
tell
were
me.
meant to be a bride. Say that again.
You were meant to be my bride. Wait, say that again.
Yeah. Oh God. It's like, I mean, just have her. I mean, I don't care if you just call her
Lady
Jill.
Frankenstein.
Yeah, Lady Frank. I'll just call it like Jill John. Jill Moron.
Children.
Jill
Children.
Mora.
Wanna just have her called Jane or some shit. But it's like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? Just give her a name.
Because because the Frankenstein. So Frankenstein's monster that's kind like he doesn't have a name. Like he's just Frankenstein's monster or the monster or things like that. Bride is kind of like a similar thing. Like they just don't really have a name convention for them. Just
fuck no. DCU,
so yeah.
guys.
I mean, I'm just saying from comic and Mary Shelley wise, they just don't name these monsters.
Yeah.
So yeah. Plus,
Oh, yeah.
iconography. I recognize the bride from all my horror movies.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
So
So yeah, bride versus Cersei.
no, not yet. It's like because she and Nina just decide,
We're
what's
not
the
ready
best
yet.
course of action.
Good.
So it's like jump. She just punch a guy so hard it flies through the ceiling. After that, she just, instead of jumping, she just shoots a bunch of things, and then it's like, oh no, she keeps shooting at me. What should I do? Oh yeah, I'm gonna jump off this window and land on the but one person. Instead of all the people just like fucking shoot her. Bride just grabs a gun and just shoot everyone, like 12 people, and none of them reacted until like after, aside from one person who did not take cover, just shoot her.
Yeah, so it already let me know that the Sons of Themyscira are just a bunch of incels. Like they have no superpowers. They're not actually sons of Themyscira. So that's going to be important for the next episode in particular because of how OD they are in the next episode for some reason.
And none of them know how to shoot, so just shoot her. Just shoot her, fucking hell. Yes, and then it's like, I know we got like these, and then and then they got this fight scene. Wait, what part do you want me to talk about this fight scene? Which part do you want to talk about? Because there's like a lot of problems with this fight scene.
Okay, so if we're talking about Cersei in particular, the thing I don't understand is like why do this to Cersei first off, but I'll get to that later. But like these fight scenes they last like 1 minute, 1.5, 2 minutes max, but like they don't last like long at all, and that's gonna be really annoying, especially for episode 3. But
by the way, Bride is 100% flying.
No, they said she super jumped.
What the fuck, man? There's literally a shot that she literally just fly her above.
I know. They say she super jumped.
Kidding.
So yeah.
It's like Samurai Jack. You can fly? No, jump good.
Yeah. Sure.
I'm falling with style.
Yeah.
If you say so.
Yeah.
And by the way, because this fucking Cersei is like a fucking stupid person. Instead of just shoot her in the distance, just close the distance. No, seriously.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna bitch now. Cersei is what they call her. Fuck that. It's Cersei. She is so fucking useless in the show. And it gets worse in episode 3, but in episode 2, I could give a little bit of, I don't know if I can give a little bit of flack, but like to have like, you have like this entire squad, the Creature Commandos was assembled to fight Cersei. And the fact that she is getting soloed by one of them, the bride, easily. Like, I mean, sure, she's getting some licks in. She's putting up a fight a little bit. But you're letting her close the distance for her to fight hand to hand, and you change it that like Cersei is an Amazon, so like she should know how to fight. But but let's take that out because like I guess the Amazons don't exist in the DCU as of right now, so I'll take that outside knowledge out. But you're gonna market like the character is supposed to be the villain of the show, and she's getting embarrassed in these fight scenes, like, there's nothing impressive of what she's doing. I mean, my other thing too is like we're in animation, and I thought in animation we can finally do some magic, like actually be more creative than purple lasers and pretty lights, but we're still doing that again from live action to animation. That's very whack. You also have the fact that like Cersei is getting decked, getting like mollywopped by the bride, and it only backs out because I remembered, oh wait, I'm actually magic. So she uses her teleporting power, and then she teleports again. She doesn't use that power again as of right now, by the way, and that will be important for the next episode. And then she gets to a point where she does get cornered again by the bride, gets put on her back, and then but she grabs her by the arms and then turns them into inflatable tube men so that she can kick, so that it distracts the bride enough to like realize that's fucked up, and then like kicks her off so that she can fall down to the ground and all that stuff. So yeah, but Cersei won the fight though. So why are you complaining? Cersei was losing for like 80% of that fight, and she only won because they just remembered she was magic. Fuck off.
Yeah.
It's crazy because it gets worse in the next episode, but we'll get to that later. All right, so I did a lot of bitching. What do you have to say, Henry?
No, just a lot of fighting. A lot of
So anything in particular?
No, why don't you start worrying? Do you want to talk about the sex scene?
Oh yeah, while like the bride is like pinned down or something like that, she's thinking about the time she was pinned down.
No, because
by
Cersei was like, "What's the best course of action to choke her?" Sure.
Yeah, so the bride is thinking back when she was being choked.
Instead of bride just like, "Hey, I can touch you now. Let me just turn you into balloons right now. Just choke her. Fuck you."
Yeah, she's thinking about the time where the bride was having sex with Victor.
How does that work? Isn't that like a fucking child's mind?
Yes. Okay.
What?
No, that's not in lore. I'm going to tell you right now that's not in lore. Okay. Gunn is a very perverted man. I've seen it. I've seen enough of it to get the idea. But man, you're doing this whole thing. It's like God, he's fucking his child.
I was supposed to take this seriously. I was like, this is like the picture is like incest. It's not even incest.
It's necrophilia.
Would also mean that Bride and Frankenstein's monster are siblings?
That part you don't have to think about.
Okay.
Well, okay. At the very least, they are not biologically the same.
No.
Yeah, they were both created by
Victor. Yeah.
I mean, it's a similar concept like Adam Warlock and Aisha. Like they are, but to be fair, the MCU changed their dynamic.
I was like, fuck it. Okay, I guess so. And then we're like, hey, and it was like Victor and Bride. I was like, hey, I want to fuck you. Like, yeah, like sex now.
Yeah. And then Victor saw what happened.
Because Victor doesn't know how to close the door. That's basically the reason.
The 1800s probably have open doors. Let the stink out mentality. I mean, it is even then. It's like they clearly wanted the cuck scene. So yeah,
So you said this part with isn't in the lore where Victor had relations with the bride?
No. So the benefit of the bride in DC Comics in particular is that we just see her. We don't like really see her origin kind of a thing. You just kind of have to assume her origin is the same as like Bride of the Frankenstein, like those movies, like those old horror movies and that kind of stuff. That's typically what they do overall, which are, those movies were for kids, so they wouldn't do something like having sex with a corpse.
No, it's like fuck that. You guys seen like fucking you guys seen like what's it called? Good like what's fuck it the movie.
You're talking about Poor Things again?
Yeah, Poor Things. Yeah, like that's basically the concept. The child learn about sex, but Emma Stone did not fuck her creator, Willem Dafoe. She fucked other people, and she has to slowly learn about sex during the movie. And it's like she does not even do sex. She says she has to learn what's masturbation first. It's like I feel like this movie is like, yeah, let's just skip all the parts.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean that's just the benefit of well, it's not a benefit, it's more of a detriment of like 20 minutes flashbacks.
Motherfucker, you could
get to the sex.
I'm gonna be real here. Every single thing can just be summarized in one line. Okay, here's a flash.
Every sex scene is what you said?
No, every single flashback scene. Okay, I'm gonna summarize it like how you guys remember like in the Suicide Squad, Ratcatcher 2 just summarized her backstory. You could just make that in like 14 minutes flashback, but they summarize it in single sentence, and it works. Okay, here's how I summarize it. My father created me because his monsters want a bride. But the moment I awake, I was scared. So my father has to slowly teach me, like like a baby, of every single of how to what to
like if you describe it like that, then other people will call out that's fucking weird. You can't acknowledge that. Whereas like we can be surprised by seeing the sex scene once it happens, like that kind of thing. So that's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it too is like this show is very clearly like it is like if you read the episode titles, like they give a very clear indication that the idea is that each episode is going to spend half the episode like doing the flashback origin story of one of the creatures, and then also do the rest of the characters in the real world time, 2024 time, like as the second half of the episode.
Okay.
Like episode 2 is like it's the Weasel episode. Episode 5 is I think the Dr. Phosphorus episode.
I'm gonna kill myself.
Yeah. So which is like I don't like when you do a formula like that kind of thing, because like it's a 20-minute episode show. You don't have time to do it this way.
I mean, you could just make an anthology series if you want to do it like this. What's the first episode about? I'm gonna have like send Bride of Frankenstein to go to this random mission in Pocket Fuck, and he's gonna fight Frankenstein. That's her episode. And then what's the second episode about? Oh, it's gonna be also. But you can just make it like not Creature Commandos, like what's like a black, it's like what Amanda Waller's department called? Black Ops, Task Force X.
Yeah.
Call the show Task Force X, and each episode is about a new Task Force member.
Task Force M.
It's like Task Force M. The first episode, GI Robot, go to a mission. Here's some flashbacks. Done. Second episode.
Yeah, it's like you're right. Because like my main thing with the episodes in general is like how it's so weird that, well, think about it. A lot of these flashback episodes have nothing to do with like the actual plot of the episode, and I think episode 3 in particular is more of a crime on that, because Rick is like talking about, we need to get in there, our friends could be in danger, and all of a sudden like GI Robot is just staring blankly, and then it flashes back to him in World War II. What does that have anything to do with like my friends being in danger? It's like I mean, I guess the connection is that my friends were in danger when I was fighting the Nazis, but he's a fucking Nazi killer. Like that's not a connection. And it's like at that point, it's like I feel like GI Robot, like there's no thematic kind of like tie as to like why we should flash back to these episodes. Whereas like in episode 2, as I said before, it's like the bride is actually in the mansion that she used to be born in and like lived in and fucked in. So it's like I just gotta keep reiterating it. So then it's like, okay, I guess like there's material here as to why she could have some flashbacks, even though it's like basic, but like, you know, at least there's like a plot relevance to putting her there. I'm going to assume that the Weasel episode, the next episode, is just gonna do random flashbacks of Weasel because like he can't talk.
No,
So,
I saw the trailer, so I know what's gonna be about.
I've seen the trailer too. Oh my god!
Oh, by the way, that's the lawyer. The lawyer is played by Linda Cardellini. So,
and Gunn says that's the best episode in his opinion. So,
in my opinion, I don't care. Let me just watch it first.
Yeah. So,
I mean, it's like Russell T Davies like, oh, 73 yards is the best episode I've written. It's like, fuck off. Okay, Doctor Who, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's basically Cersei's a fucking clown, but it gets worse. So I'll save that for later. Nina is a fucking clown. I mean, she's just like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And then she gets shot in the back of the head by a softie, and now she's got her head, like her helmet, broken, and now she can't breathe. And then Nina is like looking at the bride. The bride is saying, "I'm sorry," and Nina's weakly, "Go, fuck yourself." And then like
because she just do power punches, they just shoot her like a normal human being. Like, why don't you just do like the Dragon Ball this thing? Just cut her.
Yeah. No, but you see, like, so you see, like, Cersei has like a 5D chess kind of plan. We'll talk about it in the next episode.
Oh, yeah.
It's a genius plan, by the way. But like while this is happening, Bride just has like another flashback, thinking about like how.
Oh, by the way, this is before like the fish girl runs away, and because none of the henchmen is able to shoot her for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, she's useless, to be fair.
And then because instead of the hunter just shooting any part of her body, it's like, yeah, let's shoot her fucking face. Or like, no, just shoot her body.
Well, the helmet was actually more effective because she's completely decommissioned since she can't breathe now.
But I was like, if I was there, I would be like, oh, I'm so lucky that guy who actually has a pistol has a machine gun because he would fire. We just shoot every single part of her body.
I mean, what I'd say is like, I'm lucky that glass is like not bulletproof. That's my thing. Like whoever made that helmet was whack, setting her up for failure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Then the bride's just thinking back to the post fucking Victor Frankenstein, where the monster is holding up has the corpse of Victor behind him because he killed her for fucking his bride.
By the way, this guy isn't like, please don't tell Mary Shelley was like, hey,
again, the bride doesn't exist in Mary Shelley.
So Victor was like, I killed my dad. I killed him. Oh, I'm sorry.
You don't understand, obviously, like she's like crying and upset that her father who fucked her is dead, and he's like, don't you understand him and his wretched giggling, his horrid gift-giving power? We were the only obstacles to our love. Now we could be together, and then it just kind of like montages them.
By the way, what the fuck did Victor teaches his son? Hey, don't be an asshole.
Now that's
like the first lesson I would teach him. Because you literally see how well he teaches the bride.
Now that's part of the understanding of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein.
I'm not gonna if they want to do Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, maybe fucking adapt Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. It's just lifting dialogue.
Well, we only have 20 minutes. We don't have time for that.
I don't care. I was like, maybe actually spend your time well.
That's what I was saying. Is like I feel like the flashbacks are. I mean, I get why people like them because it gives some story of the monsters and all that stuff. I feel like that's all that the episodes can offer is like those flashbacks, because like they're the only times where like they actually have the characters like feel like people in a way. And then everything else in the modern 2024 day is like, all right, I guess we're here to fight Magic Witch. And there we go.
Jesus Christ. Okay, it's like
yeah, I don't like this formula of how they went about the show.
Jeez. I mean, have you
I
guys?
feel like an anthology sort of style for like the flashback episodes, just to be focus on the characters' origin stories, and then make a show of the characters as they are.
I mean, we don't even have that. We don't even have much flashback in the Suicide Squad. We have one, and it's mostly just glimpses of it and summarized in sentences. And that scene is not just flashbacks. For like Ratcatcher, we actually get the perspective of like what's it called? Fuck, I forgot his Idris Elba's character, Bloodsport. Actually, just like sympathizing with her, and every character is listening to her. It's like, oh, I'm understanding you. That's why you have a stronger bond because I will not abandon you. It's like, it actually tells you about the characters. It's not from just Ratcatcher, and you can summarize it in like 2 minutes at most. I was like, it's just my or what about like Polka Dot Man? Literally, only said it's. My mom is obsessed with making superheroes, so she explained with me and my siblings, and it's like, what happened to your other siblings? Some died. It's that quick. It's that easy. You don't need a fucking flashback for like 20 minutes for that. And you get the idea.
Yeah. Yeah, so then basically all it does is just cuts to the bride and the monster, like kind of just fighting over the decades and centuries later. Where the Frankenstein is like always chasing after the bride is always fighting back, and all that jazz. And that's basically it.
It's like, hey, chasing her over the decades.
That's basically it in terms of the episode. Episode 2, just getting worse.
I have no idea how the Frankenstein survived getting burned alive.
Yeah. Episode 3. What was the episode called again? Cheers to the Tin Man. The GI Robot centric episode.
Yeah.
So we can kind of skip around here and there since we kind of talked a little bit about at least like the formatting of the episode. That was kind of weird how they decided to do flashbacks. But basically the Creature Commando dudes make it to the mansion, and they're just, kind of trying to prep that they're going. We need to. Cersei has captured the exposition is just really awful because like they have to redo the dialogue again just to remind you what happened last week's episode, as if like we didn't watch the show. But okay. So Flag is like, the bride and Nina are inside. They're not moving, so it's almost certainly been captured by Cersei and the sons of Themyscira. Once the enemy is in your sight, don't pull back, or they're dead and incapacitated. It's like, so.
Oh, by the way, okay, here's a thing I forgot to mention. Fucking hell. So the creature they don't know that Cersei is attacking before like when they arrive to get them, right? In episode 2. So why did Rick Flag bring every single member to get Bride and Nina back?
So so they said the logic is that Cersei is keeping them captive there and all that stuff. But it's like, even then, it's like, yes, you're right.
That's before they even know that Cersei is. They just think that they just got lost. So Rick is just picking them up. That's basically the logic.
Yes, because you see, we have to do exposition to remind the audience
My problem is why do you even need to bring the entire team? Just bring you or just 1 or 2 people and left the other people to guard guard the princess.
Clearly, he wants to do it himself. Just send everybody else out there, but like then again, he can't do that because he's the leader with the detonator in his hand. Even though Waller should have a detonator in her hand too, but
I was like, I mean, my problem is like just have GI Robot just guard the door because GI Robot is only a program. He won't just gone rogue. So just have GI Robot is like, okay, GI Robot stay behind for the princess. We'll pick up what's it called, the bride and Nina.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, fuck that. So we need to get to our flashback scenes. So yeah, it just zooms in on Robot's face, and it just flashes back to 1990. It's 1944 or around that time, World War II, and our fan favorite character, Sergeant Rock, and all of them.
Yeah,
Sergeant Rock is getting a confirmed movie with Daniel Craig as the character.
I don't think it's related to DCU, that movie.
I think it is.
I think it is, yeah.
There's Luca Guadagnino, that director. He wants to do that.
You mean that fucker who's making the American Psycho remake?
Yes.
You're kidding me.
Yes. And he's got Daniel Craig, James Bond.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
As just some random sergeant from the World War II era. So so based on that, like Gunn described that his DCU is going to be like Star Wars in the sense that like he's not going to focus on a linear kind of story. He's going to do like different eras of time and like have like stories like revolved around that time period kind of a thing. So I guess he has like a World War II era. He has like a modern day era. He has like a future era, probably like if he does Legion of Superheroes or something. It's a very confusing way to do
Star
it.
Wars? You're kidding me. Star Wars is like 9 linear movies.
Yeah, but he means like the concept of like, Boba Fett or Mando or like the Acolyte.
How many of them are good?
I'm saying like that's the kind of structure he's talking about, like in terms of Star Wars. How Star Wars is able to go to different time periods, like and that kind of stuff, and do a story based on that time period of the stories or stuff like that. That's what he means.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I've seen that done before. It's called X-Men, the Fox X-Men franchise.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, basically it's just a flashback of GI Robot working with a bunch of humans for the Americans.
Dude, it's like how does this show has like more flashback than I've seen in like The Gifted, or like the show literally about like a bunch of people, like over 10 mutants have to bond together to just save the world, to just fight evil organizations. And and even the Runaways, they have more some of them have more flashback than one season of either of those shows, and they have like ensemble characters and with more episodes and longer runtime.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just the anthology. Here, GI Robot episodes.
Yeah, Tin Man. You know that character, right?
Yep.
Wicked.
Yeah.
The Wizard of Oz, but yeah.
So basically it's just basic jargon, military talk kind of stuff. German forces can't be that far up ahead, taken by surprise, but they hear a twigs break somewhere.
Should I just say where did that? So why is there only one GI Robot?
Oh, that's what you're going at.
Yeah. It's like I feel like there's like I miss a lot of details for this episode. It's like, okay, the U.S. military is gambling a lot for this one unit that can just replace humans, so that they can win the war potentially.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm missing a lot. But no, it's like here's a robot. Done.
Yeah. So there's only one. And yeah, so they have like a sniper on the top, like trying to see like, is there anybody down there? Which I realized like that kind of comm communications in that era, like in the 40s, like it kind of felt like an earpiece, not like a walkie-talkie kind of
okay,
thing.
and in case people just don't know about okay, this is gonna be really confusing because I'm gonna talk about history in real life. Okay, I know that I don't like to bring up real life references, so this is not absolutely not gonna be like a major promise and nitpick, but still. In real life, The Wizard of Oz actually bombed in the box office.
Yeah.
The reason it got popular is because in 1956, television broadcast premiered it in CBS, and this is how it becomes a public like really iconic because it's TV's era, and when they finally see it again, they're like, "Oh fuck, this is actually magical." So, The Wizard of Oz is not popular until 1956.
Right.
When did World War II end?
Oh, that's what you meant. The 10 Men.
I see.
Yeah.
World War II ended in 45.
There's no way they should even reference that. And okay, here's even stummer.
Unless somebody
The reason why The Wizard of
read
Oz.
the 1900 novel. It's like what do you call it? It's called remember when Bucky references Gambit because he read the book back in 1939.
Yeah.
From Lord of the Rings. Like he didn't watch the movie, but he read the original book from back then. That was their reference. Maybe Sergeant Rock just read The Wizard of Oz and knows about the 10 Men from the 1900 book.
It's not impossible, I guess.
Yeah, or he was one of the super fans who watched it in the 30s.
He's like he just reads a children's novel. Seriously?
He's an old man. Maybe he read it when he was a kid.
Jesus. Trust me, when people referencing Tim Man, I was like, it's absolutely the movie.
Yeah, I get that. I'm saying like maybe he was a super fan who read the book, watched the movie in the 30s, even though it bombed, and was still a big fan of Tin Man regardless. So it's possible. But that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's like I said, to be fair, I didn't know that until like I watched a documentary literally just less than a week ago about the Wizard of Oz creation. I was like, holy shit. It did not get popular just by releasing. It took like 20 years to get popular, 15 years to get popular.
Yeah. So the sniper saw that there are German people like hiding in the bushes, so tells them to fall back and get out of there. And the Germans start firing and fighting. GI Robot is just standing around. So this kind of happens a lot. Everybody's like shooting at each other, and GI Robot is just standing there. But then, like, eventually he'll do like his scanners, like eyes, and then see that that's a Nazi, and then he unleashes. So I guess like he's an old robot, I guess. So I guess he just works in the context of like you have to either give him a direct order to kill or like he's not like responsive like until like he sees the actual Nazi or something like that. I guess is how they're going about it. Because that also happens in the present day too. When we'll get to that scene later.
Yeah.
So yeah. Then so once he sees all the Nazis, he lights up and then he grows into like a giant, the Iron Giant, so to speak. And he has
he gets really tall. Like his legs.
He gets really tall. He pretty much like kind of has his guns out like in a circular motion, and then he tells the sergeant to get down. Sergeant Rock tells everybody to hit the deck, and G.I. Robot just like starts shooting like all across, killing all the Nazis. Bullets are hitting G.I. Robot and he's bulletproof, so that's not bothering him. And yeah, so killed a lot of Nazis. But like the way he shoots is like he shoots like in a like he spins around and shoots in like circles. So it's like he's shooting like the front, the back is like, I mean, that'll be more relevant for the end of the episode of why I reference that. But I feel like his shooting is kind of like weird in terms of how it's not very precise all the time.
Should we just talk about it? It's like this feels like someone just don't know what guerrilla warfare is.
Also,
it's like they're just like here. This guerrilla warfare is like here. How do you get a few people kill a lot of people as an ambush? And then I was like, and then the entire thing was like, hey, instead of that case, we got a lot of people just ambush all of them. I was like, okay, that's not how it works. Yeah. But of course, there's no context. So I was like, okay, that's so weird, but okay, whatever. Robots. So do you want to continue?
Yeah. So it just basically everybody's like cheering him on. Cheers to the Tin Man, and cuts to like another where they're back in a bar, and everybody's like celebrating. I don't care if he's metal. He's a brother, and for the everyman in the Easy Company. Cheers to the Tin Man. Cheers to the Tin Man. And
so every person in the bar just like, hey, we know the Tin Man reference. Fuck you.
Yeah. So it just basically does. So you have your title card, that sequence again, and then it cuts to the modern day, and basically, the team is going in cautiously. They see the bride is like tied up in a chair, muffled, as like trying to be very extra careful. Cersei could be anywhere. Tell where are they? That kind of thing. It's prolonging a joke that like they're not here. You.
Oh, Red just cut out.
No. Oh.
So yeah, don't worry. There's a lot of things to talk about. Like, by the way, do you know that every single character just busts through a wall? Even in this scene, every character, like most characters, just bust through a wall. We just came through a window. Red Flag kicked down a door, and Alexi literally just do a sonic spin dash and destroy a door by rolling inside. Like, okay, this armor has to be super strength.
Open them. Yes. It's like, where are they? The Cersei and the Sons of Themyscira. First off, like, why do you keep saying Sons of Themyscira? That's not an easy thing to say all the time. Can't you just say Sons? Like, I'm just saying, like, practically speaking, but like, outside of that, but like,
yeah.
But then,
by the way, this episode made me confused that because the radiation guy can just destroy a stone wall with a single kick. So it's like, how the fuck did Rick Flag even able to wrestle him in episode 1?
Because Rick Flag is James
Gunn character.
So I need my human characters to be very strong and powerful and beat the guys they shouldn't be able to beat. I mean, that's been true for a lot of James Gunn projects. So we talked about that. We talked about that earlier.
To be fair, that's not the case in the Suicide Squad, but whatever. Okay.
We're talking about. If you're talking about Starro,
sure.
Or Ronan the Accuser, or Ego, or High Evolutionary. It happens all the time.
Just continue.
Okay. So basically, it's prolonging a joke. The Sons, they're not here. That's what I've been trying to say. Why didn't you say anything? Because you couldn't get the damn tape out of my mouth. Then GI Robot's asking to go upstairs to find Nina, who's upstairs. So they kept Nina like in a bathtub, but like they kept her like wired, like using like barbed wire to keep her there so she can't get herself out. So
Aren't they that?
Cersei's considerate.
Okay, why did Cersei turn Bride's hand back to normal? It's a balloon.
Again, she's considerate.
She's considerate.
Okay, her plan does not involve them needing to be alive.
She's considerate. I'm so confused about Cersei. Again, I'm saving like the biggest thing I'm angry about for the end of the episode, so I'll save that for later.
Don't worry, that's like the next scene. It's like after the bathtub, they put it in the chair, then they say the car, and then they explain Cersei's plan. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, so Nina's fine. GI, my disappointment in having no Nazis to kill when I arrived is lessened by my pleasure that seeing you alive. A little bit of romantic tension. It really isn't what people keep saying that. It's just he's just being nice. But the helmet has shattered. I can't breathe without the thing. So you know what? I'll take the entire bathtub with me. He pulls the whole bathtub out of the socket, and Cersei and the Sons, they attacked you, and then they just left you here alive. Why would they do? And it's like, no, you could still kill them and still do that same kind of thing too. Why would they leave you here alive? That makes no sense. Oh,
unless like somehow Cersei knows like if the trackers, I don't know if it like gives a signal if they're dead or something on the trackers, and Cersei knows that. But I don't know. That's
but it's like how would she?
But it's like how would she know that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. So bullshit. And they get in the car. Everybody go back to the castle now. And yeah, they left the princess alone. They realized, wow, I'm a fucking idiot. I left the princess all by herself.
No shit, you're an idiot.
And then it's like, first off, you also left her own general, the Alexei, like took him with him too. So like you really just give her nothing. Not even her own men are there to defend her. So stupid. And and he has this whole like, get us back to the castle. Cersei led us here on purpose. She wanted us to be away from the castle so she can get to the princess. I hate this kind of exposition. But like it does another flashback to
I forgot, by the way, if Cersei is not one damn dead, wow, every single person is literally just firing machine guns at them. In the last episode.
At who?
No, like the Sons of whatever fuck. Sons of Island, Sons of Woman's Island. Just spray machine guns at them.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that you clear one damn dead.
Yeah. I'm not understanding.
In the last episode, like this, Cersei was like, "Hey," because though she's a leader and they'll obey with every single command. Cersei was like, "Hey, shoot them with machine guns." That happens so many times that they literally just try to shoot like Nina and Bride.
Oh, that's so like, why not kill them now?
Yeah. Like they literally have to gaslight a motivation. I was like, oh, they want her to be alive to track that. I was like, no. In the last episode, you want them.
She's a kind soul when the plot needs her to be.
Like I'm just got tired of these writings, but yeah, oh well.
Yeah. So it cuts to like a few years later after the war. A host is like talking about how there was this great mind in the United States that made somebody like GI Robot. The proof is in the pudding. Why am I pudding? So yeah, he goes up to the stage and he's analyzing everybody in the audience. Incredible mechanical soldier that was a product from the greatest scientists in the U.S. Army. He is a killing machine who took down over 1,000 enemy troops in the war. So when Waller said 300, it's like, I guess she was right.
Really lowballing it, though.
Very lowballing. So yeah. But yeah, GI Robot is like scanning in the audience. Do you see anything interesting out there, GI? Can I call you GI? You just did call me GI. You know, that kind of humor. Have you checked all these people's identification cards? No, we haven't done that. Why would we have done that, GI? To see if there are any known Nazis. If so, they will be dispatched of in short order. Everybody is not laughing. Well,
Yeah,
I don't
I
think there are
thought,
any Nazis here. That's what a Nazi would say.
Yeah, I thought like this is where it would show like how he got arrested, like if his like programming glitched and he like killed everybody there. That's what I kind of thought was gonna happen at first.
Yeah, the only thing I like from this episode is the meme. That's what a Nazi
That's
would
what a
say.
Nazi would say.
Yeah, that's about it. So it turns out somebody is watching this interview. William Magnus.
I have no idea who that person is.
He's the creator of the Metal Men. I clapped.
Creator of the Metal Men. I've always been fascinated by the old film of the subject in combat, but never realized they seem to have
William Magnus.
vague self-awareness. It's extraordinary. It's first of its type, really.
Oh, found that. Oh, she's the creator of.
Yeah, the Metal Men. Like
Who's Metal Men?
Metal Men is like a team of like.
Oh, don't worry. Doom. Oh, Doom Patrol.
I mean, there are some of the Doom Patrol metal are in Doom Patrol, but like it's their own team basically. It's just like a team that William Magnus makes of his own, that are just like robots. Yeah.
So he made the. No! Sorry. Somehow I thought that he made one of the person from what's it called? I forgot the name. I forgot the name of that team for a moment. Let's see. What's it called again? DC. The authorities. One of the members of the authorities.
Oh, the engineer.
Yeah, the engineer.
Yeah, not the engineer. He has another female robot too. I think Mercury or something like that. I'd have to check later. No, but yeah, William Magnus. So he later gets access to GI Robot and has him under his control. You Dr. William Magnus, scientist engineer. I specialize in AI. Are you a Nazi? No, I'm not a Nazi. And he said, so he's basically being told by William that, I'll piece you back together when I'm feeling, and maybe give improvements if you're generous, but like you're very remarkable work for something made in 1943. And, he's not.
That is really remarkable. Like, I'm not kidding. That is really remarkable, especially if you're one of a kind. To be fair, the only says that our top scientists made this. This is one of the kinds. What the fuck? If this thing is successful, you mass produce it to fight Nazis.
Yeah, because they thought they were gonna fight Nazis forever, of course.
Yeah. And of course, I don't even know what the fuck is.
To be fair, there are still Nazis today.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, of course.
That's what a Nazi would say.
It's like, I don't even know what the top scientists would be like. Here's a robot. It's like, nuclear bombs.
Yeah. So yeah, basically, he's just kind of like trying to talk to GI Robot, but GI Robot is still very occupied. Are there any Nazis nearby? You seem to really care about Nazis so much. I was created with the sole mandate to kill Nazis and their allies. But do you want to kill Nazis? What I want is irrelevant. My directive is all that matters. But if you theoretically had no directive, what is it that you desired? He thinks about it. Some days I'd like to be reunited with my boys. My boys? The boys at the Easy Company, sir. And kill Nazis with them. Have you seen them? No, the war was 20 years ago.
20 years ago?
Yeah, oh. So so that does change everything. 74 years. The last time you killed a Nazi. Gunn, you didn't proofread your work, bro. So that would put us at 1963.
16, yeah.
And 1963. And I don't even know if there's a time gap between this scene and the. There is a time gap because he was caught in a antique shop.
He's been in a pawn shop for a while.
Yeah, because you put a fucking Nazi, like a weapon of USA top scientist in an antique store. Yeah, do you know what? Do you know what we also should put in an antique store? A nuclear bomb. Because we don't use nukes anymore. Let's just put it in an antique store.
I suppose. Yeah, no. You don't know these guys? Sergeant Frank Rock, Bulldozer, Little Sure Shot, Wildman, Canary, Four Eyes, Bogman.
Am I supposed to clap at those references because I have no idea who they are?
No, you don't.
Those are the guys that J. Robot fought with.
Yeah.
The Easy Company.
I don't know who any of those people are. The Easy Company is just another team from the 40s, basically.
I'm not even sure whether the U.S. military just allowed this random guy just like, here, analyze our machine.
He's an engineer, to be fair, but like I guess they gave permission is the thing I don't really get. Yeah.
It's like, what? Yeah, what do you give permission? Like, all you have to do is just like, he's one of our top. He's one of our top scientists who made the machine. That's all you need to say. But no, your implication is he's not.
And Alan Tudyk is playing this character as well.
To be fair,
this is his third DC.
Yeah, to be fair, that's like really often with old animations. You get one voice actor voice a lot of characters.
Yeah, I do think that this is the character he'll probably play in live action since he's a human.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the other two are like CG, like Dr. Phosphorus and Clayface, which we'll save that for another time.
Oh, they make a Clayface movie, yeah.
Clayface movie. Yeah, so it cuts back to the present, and Princess is sleeping very peacefully
because she can't hear gunfire happening outside.
Yes, that's what I was getting to. But then like this guard comes in. He's like, wake up, princess, wake up, princess. It's not safe here. It's not safe here. What are you? What? Because she's still waking up. So then he starts to run out the door, and the first thing that happens is the guy gets his face blown off by a shotgun. So yeah, that wakes the princess up right there. And then
not a shotgun, like a bazooka.
It was something big. I know it was definitely something big.
But like if there's a bazooka, that it should also blow up the princess.
Nah. Now this annoys me greatly because like first off, the princess runs away as she does, and the guys are talking about the princess is running away. Yeah, you're right. She is. Oh, right. We have to go up, run after her. And they chase after her. And she goes to the bottom floor, and she runs into another son of Themyscira. And
there's a lot of problems with this fight scene.
I'm trying to go one at a time first before we talk about like all of it. So he just picks her up, grabs her, smacks her in the ass.
That's not even like a great problem because like there's like a lot of things even before this, because like these two fucking retards. I mean, totally sane people. Because I was like, oh, she's hot. Let's not shoot her. Like you got commands to just shoot her.
Yes, I wanted to say that for after though, because like this gets specified afterwards, where the big guy puts his over her shoulder and is like, we're supposed to kill her. So yeah, but why don't we fuck her first? Take advantage of that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
I mean, and then okay, this is even after this is unrelated. So there's a brief fight scene between guards and people with guns.
Yeah, I also wanted to say that for later, but yes, that's what really annoys me. These guards with like Iron Man like armor are getting torn to shreds and dying to the incels that have no armor, no protection. They're regular humans, just like them, but they don't have armor. And they're overwhelmed and losing badly. I'm so confused as to why you did that. Why'd you do that? Why would you do any of that?
Just why? Why?
Yeah. I don't, and also they're out in the open, and all the bullets just suddenly fades away.
Yeah. So, as we're saying,
so you mentioned that she runs into a guy, right? Do you know why she runs into a guy?
He was just in the way.
Yeah, because she just doesn't.
She wasn't looking where she was running, basically. So she turned her head to the side and she like hit. Oh, I hit you, kind of a thing.
Yeah, that's totally how. Jesus Christ.
She has no. She only has tunnel vision. She can only see one direction. She can't see everywhere else. Yeah, and now I'm going to say the dialogue, and this is where I get really upset. All right, what are we supposed to do with her now? The hell, dude? The queen told us 1,000,000 times, just kill her. Nah. You just have a bunch of people who have guns in the upstairs scene who have the same directive to kill her because she's hot. She gets to run away. It's all right. Okay. Then she runs into another guy.
Yeah, it's awful.
So we're supposed to kill her. No, but we should fuck her because she has a really fat ass. And that's pretty much it. That's the extent of her character. I can't stand Alana, but I'll get to that later. But yeah, so Alana like basically uses that time to scratch the big dude in the face, like pretty much like a Catwoman scratch on his face essentially, and then runs away. Dude, your face is like really messed up. I think you need to get medical attention. Get her, you idiot! On it. Yeah, so just a lot of like pausing and waiting, just giving time for the heroes to run away. I love these types of scenes in my superhero movies.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
DC is back.
So, DC is back, guys. So she gets back into her bedroom.
I don't understand why there's only one guard was like, "Hey, guard the door." I was like, "No, there's like why isn't the scene just like okay? There's like several guards and one by one is slowly being like mowed down because a lot more people are chasing after them. If you want to build tension with her escaping until they arrive, you just do that.
Yeah. So somehow she ends up back upstairs again to her bedroom. So I don't even know how you did that. Like, what happened to the other guards that had guns? Did they just like disappear? Yes. Yeah. So she goes back to her room. She locks the door. They're trying to like hit it, like open up, bitch, that kind of stuff. And then it just like then it cuts to the outside. The Pokolistani men are just like dying to people when they have armor and they don't. But then the Creature Commandos come in and roll in.
No. Before that, that's even funnier.
I heard the stock sound scream.
Yeah,
like that. Yeah.
And these fuckers fly.
Like those, like whenever there's like a character in the background that falls or does something, there's like a type of stock sound kind of scream, like.
Yeah.
It's in like every movie.
Wilhelm scream. We call it Wilhelm scream.
Yeah, something like that. You know what it is. It's just like if you hear it.
Yeah, and that, but because there's like and then we realize that these security guards has Iron Man suits. They all can fly.
They can fly.
What
You can fly. You can fly. You can
what
fly.
the fuck is this technology? What is this technology in this backward ass country?
I keep forgetting that's how you say that sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. So the Creature Commandos, they come in and they just deck everybody because it's super easy.
So the main
Rick
characters.
Flag has a gun too, and he's human, but he's just a better shot, I guess. Shish kebab, where the Dr. Phosphorus throws like a punch through the guy's chest, like all the way through, and then burns him alive to a crisp and then to dust. So yeah, he can up the flames to burn skin to ash, and yeah, he still lost to Rick Flag.
Yay. And then we got a flashback, by the way.
Yeah, so basically this kind of fight scenes are happening. The funniest part for me was like when some knight just he flies in and he gives Nina her backup armor. Here, madam, your air suit. What am I going to do? So you can help in the bat. And he gets shot, killed. This random NPC guy.
Oh yes, because
funny.
like the first thing that they do during this entire war zone is like, hey, get the suit for Nina in her bedroom.
Fucking hell. Yeah, so while this is happening, G.I. Robot is just standing there, staring, because he needs to preface in the next flashback. Again, the transitions are really stupid. But, yeah, so we're in the next... Okay, so this is the stats. This is the stats we're talking about, Operation. So, Sam is actually voiced by Michael Rooker, fun fact. The guy that takes care of G.I. Robot post wherever they are. So fun fact. So yeah. So how'd you get your mitts on it? Oh, it bounced around from lab to lab from the 60s through the 90s. And they studied it and got what they could out of it. I guess Uncle Sam just forgot it existed for a while. So for the last 10 or so years, in the hands of collectors like you, so he's had he's had it at least since the 90s, and he's had it for about 10 or so years. So that puts it around 2000 to 2001.
Yep.
And you're telling me that the last Nazi he killed was 74 years ago. Now, if he thinks neo-Nazis doesn't count, okay, then I guess that's
why does he doesn't count?
He wouldn't, because he killed them. So he doesn't.
He killed them. He doesn't
count.
He doesn't separate neo-Nazis and real Nazis. So like he can't. No, you can't do. He's a robot. He can't compute the difference. That's the whole point. And people, there was like this one idiot on Twitter saying like, we'll talk about that scene later, about like how, because like basically like, Sam takes control of G.I. Robot, puts fuel in him and turns it back on.
Do you want to talk about like how stupid the dialogues are beforehand? It was like the quote unquote explanation, like 60s, 90s, bounce around labs with blah blah blah.
Go ahead.
Like it bounced around the 60s through the 90s, and they suddenly got what they could from it. It's like, what the fuck, man? You guys got like, dude, those secrets should be in your lab, right? Before you even created them. It's not like he's like a fucking meteor fall from the sky.
But you see, they mentioned the Metal Men. I remember that from my comics.
Yeah,
and that's all that matters, man.
Yeah, I remember like the Brandon Fraser character in Doom Patrol. Yeah, I get the reference, but yeah. But at the same time, I was like, what the fuck? 60s to 90s for one, you got the research already. because this U.S. government research, so U.S. military already has. You don't even need the robot. And two, why do you even have a program in this?
Also, why would the U.S. military like let their property, their technical achievement, go off in the hands of like multiple people? Why would they even do that anyway?
Even that, I was like, you expect him to just wash away the program first.
Yeah, like scrub his memories or scrub his abilities or things like that.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's like okay, because we do have nukes shown in museums. That's a thing. But here's a thing. They don't blow up. They are completely useless. So it's like even at best, this thing, GI robot should not even have its programming. And it can't be like the original. It has to be like one of the clones.
Yeah. Yeah. This again, I understand what people like about the flashback scene in particular for GI Robot. I think a lot of it just relies on the fact that, I think the Nazi killing robot man seems kind of fun. I think that's all Gunn is like relying on in terms of like why people would like this character. I think he's okay because he's a fun Nazi killing robot. That's it. But I don't think he's like such a great character or anything for that.
No, he's just like a human robot, and he has fake awareness, I guess.
Vague awareness, yeah. He says nice things to Nina. But yeah, I mean, yeah. So basically, he just takes GI Robot and just kind of raises him as a friend. And Sam seems like a nice guy. He's not in the military. He has no rank. He wanted to join, but he had like a bad leg. So I just wanted to have you as a new friend. That kind of thing. So yeah, it just kind of like sits around like GI Robot with a friend, kind of a thing. And then there was this. It kind of cuts to another day where it's cold outside. And let's go somewhere. I don't get cold, but you never know. It's like trying to get the rust out of your joints, stuff like that. So you just have to take some precautions, or your metals don't get messed up anymore.
He's just treating him as family.
Treat him like family. Takes him out for a ride in the car, and where are we going, sir? Nowhere special. Just meeting up with some boys who are interested in a better country. Just like me and you. Oh.
I wonder where this is going.
Cheers to the Tin Man. Absolutely. Cheers to the Tin Man. Hell yeah. Yeah. Okay, so that's still not like, it's like, we're here to get for a better country, me and you. So it's like, that's not evidence yet. So caution. Though when Sam and GI Robot make it to the convention.
Okay, here's some incredible dialogue that's gonna hint what you do it later.
Go ahead.
It's like what I said, but this is GI Robot. I thought he might be somehow for our cause. So that's the implication. So he bought him for the cause.
Glad to have a metal fist in the fight. That fist is very emphasized.
So yeah, let's. Do you want to? And then you got the twist, right? You want to say the twist?
Yes. So GI Robot's looking around. He's seeing an interesting color of clothing. He's seeing an interesting style of a hat. He's seeing how people are doing their hand gestures. He's like, he's thinking about all these things. But then welcome all to this meeting of the Hub City National Socialist Club. Operation Where's Hub City? Operation.
Is that I'm looking at the places. I'm trying to Google this. I was like, is there some place in DC? It's something in USA I do not know.
Yeah, Hub City is a fictional city where the Question operates.
What's
the character who has like faceless kind of look. So yeah,
City holds the dubious distinction of being one of the most dismissed American cities rife with the crime and corruption, which even outrank Gotham.
yeah, it's a worse city than Gotham. But it turns out Hub City National Socialist Club, and he drops down the flag, which is the Nazi flag.
So
yeah, we're.
So do you want me to talk about how dumb this is?
Okay.
I was saying, what was Hub City? Do you remember what Hub City is?
But yeah, it's Question's hometown.
Yeah.
So
that's the second thing I
remember. It's pretty shit.
Yeah, it's a terrible. It's worse than Gotham City.
Okay, this means nothing to me. So I was like, sure, whatever. I thought this legit a fucking place in real life.
Well, I see. You gotta clap.
Nazis. And so G.I. Robot is very happy because he has found Nazis to kill. And Sam asks, like, what'd you say there, G.I.?
And then he blows them away. No, but so.
So do you want to talk about how stupid the Mickey Rooker is?
Michael, I might have been. That's what I might have been saying. Yeah, because this guy who like studied and collected like World War II stuff.
Yes.
Somehow missed that. Yeah, like this robot was built to kill Nazis.
Okay, not just that. Do you know in one of the flashbacks, it's like this fucking thing is doing natural live TV.
Yeah, that too. He somehow missed that. Like this thing was famous for killing Nazis.
Yeah, that was like, what was that? I was like, yeah. When I heard this, I was like, what? And then once I saw it, was like, what the fuck? How do you miss that?
Yeah, I don't know. And again, yeah, if he was just some random guy, it would be one thing. But yeah, he like
the only way
to, like collect.
Like, the one way you can get around that is like if he says he wants to leave and GI Robot is curious, like why is he leaving? Then he follows him. That's the only way I can accept it. I can't accept Sam like taking. Like you can have GI Robot as a friend as long as he never sees that he's a Nazi. Like that's like I think it's possible to do that. It's very risky, having a robot companion that's a Nazi killer, and you just have to be very careful around him. But at the very least, like have him like I'm going out to a function somewhere. You stay back, that kind of thing. And then GI Robot gets like suspicious or something, and then he follows, and then sees that he's at a Nazi rally, kind of a thing. That's the only way I could like see it like kind of working.
I mean, or you could just like because they hinted like, oh, this robot has a fake consciousness, so maybe the thing that he sees like, oh shit, Nazis, and so even though he knows that he's a robot, he just like, okay, I'll allow you, and because I assume the programming is not there,
he can't. So that could be interesting too. Like he probably wants to kill Nazis, but he can't because like it's already been taken out of him.
Yeah, I mean even that, or you can just do something like, oh, he kills like every single person in the room, but the last person he kills is Sam. So he was like
here's my thing. I saw a tweet of somebody praising, like, oh, that like we are monster. Like, okay, so this is a very wild tweet. Unity, so I'm just going to tell you to bear in mind that this is not me saying it. This is just I'm saying it off of what somebody else said, and it's been trending for a while because this person was like, this episode taught me that like humans are monsters because we fight over like petty squabbles like tribal politics and not consider the niceties of this one person and stuff like that. So tribal politics is being said because Nazi. So it's just a politics. It's like, it's just a point.
They just have a different viewpoint.
Yeah. And so when he said that scene, I actually thought that maybe that was what was going to happen. Like maybe he actually did not want to kill anybody, but because he just made a friend with somebody who was a Nazi. But no, he actually kills him first, like proudly and happily, And that's fine. Killing Nazis is great, man. But like, I'm just like confused as to like, damn. So you guys are just stupid, and nothing. There's no consequences to any of this.
No, it's like there's nothing I can read for this robot. It's like, oh, what did I learn from this flashback? Like, I guess I learned that the U.S. military has them already.
I learned that James Gunn did not proofread a script at all.
I was like, oh, it's not just proofread. It's like assuming that everything works out. I was like, what do I understand from GI Robot? Absolutely nothing.
He's a Nazi killer.
No, he's just a Nazi killer. It's like, okay, I thought this was like, oh, we got have some more dilemma because we hinted that this robot has some fake awareness. So I was like, oh, maybe he will let Sam live or die.
Yeah, honestly, I really do think the best thing you could do is like he has like the programming stuff, like his eyes are doing oh, it's a Nazi, let me kill them, and he stands up trying to power himself, but he can't because like that function was taken out of him. I think that's like way more interesting because then he has to kind of like accept like this is where he is at this point of his life.
And you know what's even funnier?
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. military allows them to just still put bullets inside GI Robot, even though after 30 years of studying him.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yes. So he kills every last person in the room. He kills all the neo-Nazis. And then it cuts back to the present. But very happy at killing Nazis and all that stuff. Then it cuts back to the present where everybody's like pinned down behind the fountain. And
GI Robot can fly.
asks like, are these Nazis, General? And Rick thinks, yeah, these are Nazis.
Yes, yeah.
Oh boy. Get ready to die, Nazis. And GI
Robot not social commentary.
Yeah. GI Robot starts to fly, and then he takes out his guns, and then they look up. Oh, he's gonna do the spinning trick, because that's a good trick. And then he, shoots blindly all over the place, like just in a circle, spinning around a centrifugal. So I'm not an expert, but I'm pretty sure that shooting in a circle with bullets everywhere could probably hit somebody in Polkistan that's not in the area. I understand like you're shooting down like at the suns and all this stuff, but then you're also shooting when your back is turned where none of the sun of Themyscira is. So you're shooting at like out in the city. Somebody could die. But who cares? He's happy.
Yeah, don't think about it.
Don't think about it. And they got the song choice. I don't like any of the song choices. I think they're very lame. But that's a nitpick. But yes. And while this is happening, it's also intercutting with like the aftermath of this man, and he does meet the state's current definition of man. Willfully murdered 32 human beings in cold blood. We count this as second-degree murder, and we find the defendant guilty.
I feel like he was classified as a human for this, but I guess they didn't care to like put him in storage for years, and like put him in pawn shops and all.
Yeah, I guess they're treating him like a prisoner of war kind of a thing.
I guess.
Yeah. So that's basically he's put in Belle Reve essentially, and he's just sitting there for like
I'm gonna be honest here,
a long time.
I feel like I'm missing a lot of things because I was like, oh dude, he killed a bunch of people. I was like, aren't those neo-Nazis? I was like, and then I was like,
yeah.
And then we got dialogue like
actually we got
and then we just got dialogue. I was like, oh, actually we got used for a cause. I was like, aren't you? So are you telling me that a GI Robot killed those people who was about to use him as a weapon anyways? I was like, I feel like I missed a lot of details. Like, okay, how does that work? And then it's like, no, they just skip all the actually potentially interesting stuff and just like, fuck it. He's he killed people.
We don't have time for it. Kill the Nazis. He's happy because killing Nazis is great. And that is it. And then while he is laughing and spinning and shooting at every direction, including at the children that we can't see, gets exploded. Cersei explodes him. And, well, that's enough of that.
And so where the fuck is Cersei the entire time?
Being a bitch.
Yeah, I was like, I mean, now I was like, okay, why do you even need to be in that? It's like, why do you even need to be in that hot mansion? Just have Cersei, just like, oh shit, the two monsters are there. Let me just have my Sons of Woman Island go there. I'm not gonna name from a fucking scare or something. I was like, Woman Island, and just like
you can say Amazons if you want to.
Amazons.
Sons of Amazons. Yeah, so all Cersei does is just fires like a generic magic blast at them, but like she's not really, just keeping them out of the way, basically. So she flies the castle to kill the princess.
And instead of just doing it herself the entire time, just like, here, man, you just teleport, just kill her in a single shot. I thought they gotta do something like actually she has superpowers or something. Not the princess has superpowers. But no, I was like, okay, so now the plan is like, oh, I'm gonna, even though it's like this is a trap, I'm gonna go fight Bride and Nina myself, even though you do not need that, and you just need the Sons of Faramir ambush them, and then when they leave, she's gotta be like, okay, now I'm gonna go to the princess house and just kill her in a single blast. Actually, fuck that. You don't even need that. All you need to do is like do a Star Wars Episode 2 Attack of a Clone. Just have her teleport in her room. Just shoot her in her sleep. You can fly and teleport. Why don't you just kill her in her sleep? Actually, why is she dead already? No, it's like no. If Cersei just wants her dead, it's like she should be dead a long time before the Creature Commandos even come to Episode 1. Because like her man is literally not capable of doing anything against the Sons of Faramir, and
my bad for mic change. I don't know why my mic is working, so I have to go back to my headset. It's gonna sound a little weird.
And yeah, the plan is just Creature Commando. No, so if there's no Creature Commando, which is before the show even started, she would go kill Princess Irios, the princess. Yes. So princess should be dead already before the show started.
Okay, so I want to bitch about Cersei more, but I'm gonna save that for after we talk about like what exactly she's doing. So first off, before that happens, you see like the guys they eventually do break Alana's door, and
why don't they use gun to shoot the lock?
So at this point she decides like once they open the door, then she goes to the closet to get her gun, and then she uses that opportunity. Then she uses that to
she just locked the gun in the safe for some reason instead of just put it next to her.
No, I'm saying like they were like hitting that door for a while, so it's like she could have had the gun out ready to go at any time, but she decided to wait till they broke the door open, then she went to the safe to try and go and open it. That was my issue. But yeah, you're still right in the same. Yeah, then she shoots the skinny guy, and then the other guy still chases after her, even though she has a gun. She has a gun in her hand. But
why did none of them have guns?
Doesn't he have a gun in his hand? So
yeah,
convenient, I guess. But then she fires the gun and kills that guy too. So the princess killed two people. But then you see what happens is that Cersei, hello princess, destroys the fucking wall and knocks Alana onto the ground, and you see instead of trying to kill her, she uses the telekinesis and just picks her up, throws her to the other side of the room.
A classic. I love to see it.
The classic villain has a chance to kill this character they really want to kill, but I'm not going to do that because I want to play with my food, so to speak.
I mean,
and then you know, Alana even says like, you know, I'll do anything you want, anything you want.
I want you to die.
You to die.
What the
And
fuck?
then-
You could have just said something more interesting. It's like a missed opportunity.
And
Like,
not do all the shit.
Cersei has 3 lines in this entire show so far. 3 lines in 3 episodes total.
I got
And,
nothing. I was like, you just want her dead because fuck it, the plot said so. No, it's like literally the plot said so. I was like, if you take over Palaskatan, you get to be with me. Take over the animal with me.
Yeah. So you see, once she says that, she does the magic. Oh, I'm gonna kill you. God.
Then I will destroy you.
Remember how like Wonder Woman's villain Ares was treated like a joke, then her villain Cheetah was treated like a joke? Now let's talk about Cersei, who's a fucking joke. So she preps the killing blow on Alana, but then all of a sudden this scraggly ass rodent motherfucker just scrambles his way in. First off, she hears him. She hears something is running up the stairs and trying to get into the room. She hears that, so I don't want to hear anybody saying that she was caught off guard, because people are unironically saying that. Cersei, Amazon sorceress, I don't like that, but like I'm going to take it because that's what the show said. Amazon sorceress hears a fucking weasel going up the stairs and trying to run at her, and for some reason she can't teleport for this thing. Oh, but you see, but Weasel looks weird. Like she looks like he looks like a weird thing. Like you'd be surprised if you saw a weasel run up at you too. She's a fucking Amazon. She's seen monsters. I don't think Weasel is that big of a deal for her. But no, Weasel knocks Cersei down to the ground. They fall the entire way down, and then he is like scratching, biting, like, you know, wrecking Cersei's shit. But what can Cersei do? Well, Cersei uses her opportunity to punch Weasel in the face, so that she at least give her some space to back up. And Weasel is scrambling because of that punch. But then what does Cersei do? She uses her magic? No. She just decides to like start crawling away, and then. But then, you know, Weasel uses the opportunity to like pretty much grab her by the back of the head and slams her down onto the pavement. That fucking bitch. And then you have Dr. Phosphorus lean down, puts his hand over Cersei's face. Now Bert, like, he says some kind of dumbass catchphrase too. So Cersei is such a considerate person. We talked about this earlier. But like, you know, she basically allows Weasel to wreck her shit, scratch her up, bite her, do all that stuff. Let Dr. Phosphorus take the time to bend down, pick her up by the face, like have time to prep a corny joke. I always love a good barbecue. That was and then burns her face, screaming in like fear and all that stuff. And my God, why would you do this to fucking Cersei?
Maybe she just maybe the twist is like this is not Cersei. She's actually Kirky.
I don't want to fucking hear that. Oh my God! Like, and then then you have Cersei. Yeah, you wanted the brides. Like, you wanted monsters. You got monsters. God, all this fucking corny ass dialogue. And then, you know, Nina like, we fought Nazis together. You and I. It was a beautiful day. Cheer to the Tin Man. Then he dies. I don't care about.
By the way, Nina did not even do anything, so I don't even know.
Yeah, she's a fucking bitch too. Yeah, but like, you know, you don't understand what you've done. You've doomed the world. Fuck you, Cersei. Oh my God. I can't stand the fucking disrespect. It was so painful for me to watch Cersei get her ass obliterated, not in the right way, by the way, but like skipping that. The fact that she lost so badly, embarrassingly, that I don't want to see her ever again. I am sorry. I know people love Anya Chalotra. That is fine. I love her too. That is fine too. But I do not want to see Cersei get fucking humiliated to this extent, and you expect me to be okay with that. And honestly speaking, too, I know it's not fair to bring it up, but we kind of have to because Gunn at least knows comics. He knows that Cersei is a Wonder Woman villain. If I ever see Wonder Woman fight this Cersei, and she is like, she can't rock her shit, or like she's like struggling against Cersei, I'm gonna be embarrassed for Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman is gonna be on the underneath power level wise against Weasel, and I have to accept that. And then you have James Gunn going on fucking Twitter or Threads or whatever that fuck thing, and he says like, "Oh, why would you do that? Wonder Woman is like way faster than Weasel." But you see, the reason why Weasel beat Cersei is because he has superhuman speed, and she was caught off guard. She needs to use her hands to do magic. What? Why would you write it that way? And
No,
secondly, if you're going to defend,
no,
I'm
to be
sorry,
honest,
Andy.
to be honest, for me, it was like, oh, that's the main villain. She sucks. Okay, it's like the same issue with Zack Snyder's Justice League. I was like, oh, this is the main villain for the entire show. What? Oh, you got beaten so easily.
No,
Okay.
but then like people have said that she's not the main villain of the show. There's going to be somebody else. Which good. Honestly, I want Cersei dead. I want Cersei dead because this was so fucking embarrassing.
Do you want to just talk about like logistics, like just logistics?
Why should I talk about logistics, man?
Because.
What is the point?
Because I'm just as a writer.
Cersei's getting obliterated by Weasel. Why should I take her seriously? What kind of logistics has to like apply to there?
Writing
for what? It's magic versus a regular Weasel.
So okay, so because I'm treating this as a clean slate. So
why? I mean, you can. That's fine, but like, even then, it's still pathetic.
I don't care. Okay. So
I don't care either.
So this is okay because some viewers okay. So here's the thing. So whatever you think of, so this is how it works for this writing. So this is literally the same problem with like James Gunn's Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, where the villain does not know that to use her hands, you just literally do anything. By the way, she can literally just because like all she has to do, she literally touches Weasel at one point, so she could have easily just turned Weasel into balloon at this moment, and then the fact that she doesn't require hands to do teleportation or fly, and the fact that she got burned in the face, I was like, okay, this is, and she did nothing. I was like, okay, she's just stupid, and
I know.
I was like, well, how does that work? And then you just got Cersei. You're just like, oh, it's like she just defeated. I was like, no, you can still. They are right in front of them. Just shoot them with your magic. You're not like your hands are still working. So that's how. So basically, what happened is like Cersei has so much opportunity to just kill them, and she just forgot about it.
Even then, Gunn is still wrong because like she does teleportation and other stuff without using her hands. And honestly, that's a stupid like way to like nerf her anyways. Because like, what if you're a magician and all you have to do is use your hands and that's it? That's really weak. But even if I ignore that, he still did examples of her doing magic without her using her hands, especially teleporting. Teleporting was something she really needed to use, and she didn't use it at all. That's my problem. And again, I don't think it's crazy to like talk about like a comic book character and like not have any expectations about it. But like even then, fine. I still have that whole issue like how I just don't want to see her ever again. Like I'd rather you kill her off because she was embarrassed so badly that I don't see any value of like bringing her back or making her like I've seen people like like oh she's maybe gonna get her power boost by Hecate. To get a power boost to beat a Weasel is crazy and embarrassing, and I don't want to see her again. I mean, I'm upset.
Yeah, no shit.
But like, I don't
I
know.
get it.
But then again, I don't understand. Like, I talked about the writing too. It's not like I didn't say that.
You should just let me just talk about the writing first before you go on that rant, instead of just shutting me down first. Because like some viewers he just wants to listen to, like, okay, this is how it happened.
I mean, we didn't have to do this on the.
Yeah.
You don't have to explain it on the pod.
So yeah. And then we just got, this is because like that's how the episode end. So instead of, by the way, none of them, after defeating her, none of them restrain her, like, chains, nothing. They're just like, here, let's just have her yell out a word.
Because the episode ends.
Yeah.
Right at that point. But like, again, I was gonna say more, but it was more like related to like, I don't like James like going on Twitter or Threads and like defending his writing like this, because like obviously we can pick apart at what he's saying because he's defending it. But like my example of like him doing this with an actual writing one was Guardians 3, when he was explaining why didn't Peter Quill bring his helmet, and he's like, oh, he didn't have time to do that. Why would he have a second helmet? I didn't even like the Russos having another helmet there in the first place, because I wanted him to never have a helmet again after Guardians 2, even though it took out all plausibility that maybe he could have a spare, or maybe he could get a new one or make a new one or anything of that sort. But he's like, this is what James does. And like he's like, when he starts defending his writing online, and this is the problem with him being a chronically online person on Twitter or Threads, explaining like why he does like what he does. I can understand that for production stuff. Like when you do that for like your writing, especially when it's like badly written or something like that, and you're going to defend yourself, I get that, but like you're opening the floodgates to more people like criticizing you for that kind of thing. That's just my issue, and I think the Guardians criticism that he had was really stupid. And I'm sure you agree with that too.
Yeah, I do. But yeah, I just like, yeah, I agree that that's really stupid, and you should be the one who is blaming yourself instead of blaming other people. To be honest, I can just read this online.
Read what?
Yeah, I just read a lot of things online just in case of like, because I do my research for it before I do anything. So it's like, oh shit. So James Gunn has some really weird stuff. Because I'm confused. Like, how did he fall from like Guardians to? I mean, even the Suicide Squad is not bad. The characters are really good. And then we got like Creature Commando and Guardians 3. It's like, what the fuck happened?
Sometimes when you do a gimmick and you keep doing the same gimmick again and again, you just lose corners, or you just do something generalizing, or
I don't think that's the reason, because you can even like, because I've seen like even a lot of directors can just keep doing the same gimmick over and over again, and it's fine. I have nothing against it. But at the same time, it's like I have to go through like notes after notes of like, okay, what went wrong?
But he can't accept that. That was the problem. If he's like explaining like why it made sense for Weasel to beat Cersei, I mean, do you accept his explanation?
No.
Okay.
So okay, I'm going for like the Suicide, because here's the thing. And like this is before like James Gunn has like a lot of control for like writing and stuff. Even in the Suicide Squad, he has like, okay, Warner Brothers like, okay, here's some restrictions. I mean, and then it was like, okay, you can't do this. You are allowed to just play some, like, you have to do something with like the first film. You can't just retcon a lot of things. You have certain things you have to talk. So this is what happened when she wrote the Suicide Squad. Of course, now he's in charge. He does not have to listen to anything. even in like Guardians 3, 5 years, like, hey, do whatever, just don't kill off these characters so we can use it in the future. So basically, he's another person who got too much power and unwilling to accept criticisms.
I'm not looking forward to Superman.
I'm just whatever.
So yeah, that was
episode 3.
Creature Commandos.
Yeah.
Episodes 1, 2, 3. They're not very long episodes overall. I do think maybe whatever story he's trying to tell, I think it probably would work much better if it was like binge. I don't believe that because I think all the episodes are dog shit. It just gets worse and worse. By the logic of just considering that. I mean, there's really no need why Creature Commandos had to be the way that it is, or like why they needed to go this way to start the universe, or like why it couldn't just start with Superman. Just let it start with Superman, and accept like everything everything to the Suicide Squad, Peacemaker, and all that. Like just scrap it all and just start over. You'd be less likely to confuse people, but like all that, just to end up with like, but you see canon doesn't matter. All right, this is what we're dealing with. So again, and as I said, it's episode 3. Maybe the show gets better and all that stuff. I don't see any reason why I should believe that way, but I guess maybe Cersei does get better. I have no reason to believe that with how embarrassed she was, and all that stuff. I mean,
Well,
like,
it's all part of the plan, you see.
even if it's a part of the plan, it's like you don't have to lose all your values or like that kind of way and like get bitched like that. Like it's crazy. But like even then, it's like this is the kind of like embarrassing to the villain that you usually you say for like the last episode. That's what it feels like. It feels like this was the finale. Like with how much Cersei was propped up and like how easy it was to take her out and how easy it was to burn her face, and she puts no fight or no resistance at all. And then I know it's unfair to say it, but like why should I take her seriously against Wonder Woman, her arch nemesis? And then it's like if you're gonna underpower like Diana just so that Cersei can be like toe to toe with her, then you like now you're like and then everybody's talking about this whole power scaling kind of thing and that kind of conversation. Sometimes power scaling conversations need to happen, man. And again, it's like, why Cersei? This character could have been Morgan Le Fay, and nothing would change. But then, we can't have our references to Themyscira and Amazons and stuff like that. So, whatever, I guess. But yeah, that's essentially my transparent thoughts about Creature Commandos so far.
Yes, you can see. We're not the biggest fans over here.
No, I just look at the Paul writing. I was like, okay, what the fuck? I mean, I don't worry. I don't give a shit about that show. I still don't give a shit. So unless it's good writing,
I wanted DC to have a chance, man, because DC has like a lot of great characters, a lot of great characters to use after Marvel is like fumbling so bad right now. Like DC has the chance like to really take the opportunity of that and like use the characters that have been around for so long and they could be done well and they can do all that, and it's just not gonna happen. It's crazy, man. I mean, I've said it earlier in the stream, but like, I mean, the whole Gunn and Snyder thing, it's like they're practically the same. It's just different coats of paint, really. But that's a different conversation.
At least we got Penguin earlier in the year.
We
Yeah,
did
the
get Penguin
Penguin is
early in the
good.
year. We got Superman and Lois.
Yes, Penguin, Superman, Lois.
Operation agreed to talk about Superman and Lois with us for the New Year's stream. So
Whenever I'm doing that.
that's January 6th, around that time.
Jesus Christ, dude.
So yeah, any other concluding thoughts?
No, not. I don't really know. It's like if you, it'll take me a while for me to buy the new DCU. I don't really care that much. It's like a lot of things was like okay, interesting, but a lot of things that I found interesting. I was like, a lot of things I just reserve it to rest. It's like initial feelings. I just leave it to my take of the franchise first. The writing, when I see the writing, how the characters are done and stuff, was like it's like okay. I mean, there's like characters you could change. I was like, sure, why not? And then it's like okay, but it done poorly, so I just don't care. I was like, there's a lot of characters you could. It's like when I saw this, it's like, okay, that could be fun, and then Creature Commandos 3 episodes in, and I was just kind of uninterested. I mean, there's like cool stuff visually, but at the same time, the writing just does not justify anything. I was kind of like let down by it because Peacemaker is like it's the same problem with Peacemakers, to an extent that there's a lot of bad jokes and then the dramatic moments are being undercut.
Yeah, I think his gimmick is just worn off.
No, I mean, at least they are still controlled by Warner Brothers to an extent. Now that Gunn is in charge, I was like, I think he just got too much power. Okay, I think this is a problem for a lot of creators, not just Gunn, Snyder, unless you're Quentin Tarantino, fucking hell, or David Fincher, or Christopher Nolan to an extent.
Matt Reeves-ish. Yeah.
I need to watch the Planet of the Apes movie first.
Hmm.
I was like, what do we have here? It's like great direct. Like he's not new. It's like even we see a lot of like, what can iconic directors do if they suck? It's like we got Ridley Scott got too much power. Tim Burton, Steven Spielberg, Martin's okay. No, Martin is not too bad still. But Francis Ford Coppola, once they got too much power, they just like fucked over. Oh well.
Operation.
Oh, sorry, what were you asking me?
Just any concluding thoughts? Expectations.
I don't know. I have my reservations about the future of this DCU. I'm not very impressed so far.
No, I'm not. I just hope that whoever can hire will do a better job. Superman, whatever. I watch it. I'll watch it and see how it works.
Superman's got really big shoes to fill after Superman and Lois.
Yeah, true. But at the same time, I'll reserve my judgments for Superman until I've seen it, which is a shame because
of course.
When is Superman again?
July.
July something. Yeah, July something next year.
I like the take where it's like you can ignore the show because the real start of the DCU is supposed to be Superman. You don't have to watch the show or care about the problems in the show. Yeah, that's how that works.
I did and I do.
Yeah. The discourse is very funny, man. I've seen people like unironically bring up the Stan Lee. Well, if the writer is writing.
Oh, the Stan Lee, where he says the winner can be whoever the writer wants it.
And that's like a good thing. And then people unironically use the Squirrel Girl beating Thanos is a good example.
Hmm.
So, yeah,
I mean, maybe the writing is also bad there.
it's a fun time, man.
It's-
All right,
Yeah.
that's Creature Commandos. You ready? Say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye, guys. Creature Commandos. Well, whenever I care about, I'll just talk about DC. I guess when we finish the show, we just can summarize it, how we feel, what we think.
Yeah, we're probably gonna save it again for the end. Maybe not even talk about it, to be honest, but we'll see.
Sure. Yeah.
Operation.
Oh, shit.
Good to have you back.
Thank you. Good to be back again.
We just need to try to get back to talking something good. Superman and Lois. Hopefully, is that
Sonic 3 next week. So
Sonic 3 is next week.
Sonic will save us.
I still need to watch Knuckles, man.
I'm not gonna watch
I really don't want to.
Yeah, it's.
Jesus. Okay.
Curious when the next spinoff is.
Yeah.
Because I know they have that.
Superman is
Is
gonna
anything
be
confirmed?
Nothing is confirmed. I'm just curious.
Supergirl someday.
Supergirl is 26, I think.
Yeah.
When is Superman
Yes.
released again? Oh shit.
2025, July, I think 25th.
That's during my graduation.
11th?
Okay, that's during my graduation. Fucking hell. No, that's my.
Yeah, it's July 11th next year.
July 11th, yeah.
Oh, that's during my university graduation.
Man, it's almost the end of the year. Almost the end of 2024. We're almost in the quarter century. It's crazy.
Yep.
But yeah. Still working on some videos. I'm hopefully trying to get up for some things for 2025, so keep these out on the lookout. I do have something special planned for Christmas, so expect a video that day as well. And we will see you next time.
See ya.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.